Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday and welcome to the Thursday stream. I'm Estani. I'm a variety streamer, art streamer, and voice actress. Today, we are going to be playing Heaven's Vault, which is a cool point and click that Upper Casserole was kind enough to gift us. And I'm feeling like a chill point and click puzzly day today. So many jams. So, yeah, I'm excited for that. But first, let's say hello to everyone and find out how y'all are doing today. I hope it's good. Hey, Sankar, thanks so much for hosting. Hey, Ori. Hey, Dibria. Hello, HD. Of course, hello, Upper Casserole. Hello, Kulan. I think I caught y'all. Hello, hello, hello. I'm just going through my wish list right now because I want to see what all is on sale. I bought Mass Effect Legendary because it was 10% off. Hey, Sock. Do you always start this early? I do on Thursdays. So, no, not always, but always on Thursdays. I'm trying to see if there's anything else on my wish list that's intriguing to me. I don't know. Still trying to figure out what I might pick up. That's fair. Hello, hello. Are you doing a streamy always? So yeah, I'm just looking through my wish list real quick. I don't know. Like so far nothing's really cheap enough to really grab me. Everything on my wish list is on sale. My work hasn't paid me yet. Well, you'll have through July, so hopefully you get paid soon. Made the mistake of eating leftover baked ziti right before working out. Oh no. Yeah, no, because you don't want to do that because you've got you got two modes going on. You got your fight and flight modes and your rest and digest modes. And when you're working out, you're basically redirecting blood from your digestive system to other parts of your body like your muscles. Yeah. So when you eat, you need to make sure that you rest so that you can send blood to your digestive system so you can process and digest that food. Supposed to be paid today? Oh no, I hope you get paid soon. Oh, that's a lot to do. Why only 90 minutes? Half of my wish list isn't on sale, but that's what you get with lots of early access and not yet released games. Yeah, I have I think 4 games on my wish list that are coming soon. The one I don't know if I might actually remove this. I'm gonna remove Ooblets from my wish list. I don't think I'm interested in it anymore. Didn't get home that long ago and boss keeps insisting on overtime. Oh no. I I don't buy things very often either, HD, but I do keep a wish list because there are things that I want to keep an eye on for when they go on sale, and then I usually will like I have things on my wish list. Hold on. When's the earliest thing? I have stuff on my wish list from 2018. So I have some oh no, I have stuff on my wish list from 2013. I'm sorry. Yeah, I have one thing on my wish list that's been on there since 2013 and I still haven't bought it because I just haven't been compelled to do so. But usually, if I'm gonna buy a new game, I'll scroll through my wish list first and see, one, is it on sale? Two, am I vibing it? Usually the answer is no and no. And then I do have a couple of things on my wish list that aren't on sale because Factorio never goes on sale. Um, Baldur's Gate 3 is not on sale, which is not a surprise. And then I have a couple of things that are early access. And I have one thing that's like the first chapter released for free. So I might play that off stream. It's where did this show up? Where did I see this? It's something called The Remainder. It's like a visual novel thing, but emphasis on the novel. The art's really pretty, so I ended up putting it on my wish list. But anyway, that has nothing to do with what we're going to do today, because today we're going to play Heaven's Vault. Aw, Sock, you're going to be great. You're going to have a fun time. But, of course, it makes sense to be nervous. Hey, Joda. Disco Elysium. Ooh, Disco Elysium's very good. It's very good. Let's video game. I haven't launched it yet. I literally bought it and installed it like a half hour before the stream. Because I wanted to see if it was going to go on sale. And it did! Hooray! Oh wow, that's pretty good savings. It's a very good game. I hope this isn't ridiculously loud. If it is, I apologize. So far it seems... Oh! Never mind! It's loud! Okay, hold on. Let's at least make it so you can see this loud game. Game is loud, confirmed! Highline Kesh, in all heaven and earth, you are the form-shaping place spreading fear like the great poisonous snake. Hymn 7, the Kesh Temple of Nin Horsag Enhedwada. 2300 BC. He's loud! Pretty music, though. Alright, immediately. Get out of here. Laptop vibrating while trying to type. Nice. Alright, this should be a bit more reasonable. I mean, everything is just loud. Okay, so we're gonna go with this for now. This should be a bit more reasonable, but of course, if we get to a point where the music or the UI or whatever starts to drown me out, please let me know. Let's start a game. I'm actually very excited. This looks very cool.
Stories don't have tidy beginnings.
Wow. Okay, that's really loud too. Yep. Yeah. I'm shocked. I am very surprised. So it seems like we can probably have everything on the same level, because it seems like this game dev actually balanced their audio appropriately. Why'd they make everything so loud? I mean, here's the thing. To me, all games are loud, because I like to start at... You don't want to make it too quiet, because if it's too quiet, you might be limiting people who don't have good speakers, or their system's just messed up where it can't make the audio loud enough. So it's better to be too loud and dial it back than to be too quiet and then have nowhere to go. Hey, Divine! So, yeah, exactly. It's like, turn down everything but dialogue to 50 or 60%. Yeah, basically the same thing. And then I do the same thing with my stream, in that I try to make sure the default desktop audio is pretty loud for y'all, and then I can dial it back as needed. Consistency is much more important than the volume level. if it's loud enough. You gotta be able to hear it first for consistency to matter. Just wish games would start at 50% volume. Same. Like, be loud, but then start in the middle and give us the option to turn it up or down. Hey, Nimbus! I'm very much a lurker, but had to break my habit by saying thanks for introducing me to First Class Trouble, prompting me to read more about the Ace Umbrella. I was really uninformed, so thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Feel free to lurk as much as you like. Lurkers are super welcome here. But I'm glad that, one, you enjoyed First Class Trouble. I love that game. I think it's wonderful. It's probably... It might be my favorite deception game that's out right now. Though I want to play more Project Winter because that game is also wonderful. But yay! More Ace learning! That makes me excited and happy. Don't start as loud as possible. Rather start with, this is normal. We can go louder, but also quieter if needed. Yeah, exactly. It's fine though. We got there. Let's play game.
But there has to be a spark.
Oh, I think I need to turn it up a
Something that
little
brings
bit.
the past to light.
Okay. Speech volume, maybe here. I like the voices to be a little bit louder than everything else. It's not much further. One last corner. We're almost. At the top. Take a moment to rest, mistress, before you walk, please. Oh, the movement's really weird. This is the summit. This is as far as the path goes. Apparently I'm voice acting in this. Oh, it's because I needed to rest. A bricked up opening. There is something here. To keep people out, do you think? Or to keep something in? There's something written here. An ancient script. This must have been cut in when the mortar was still wet. But I think I can read it. Ooh, so we're gonna translate, I guess? Heaven's Vault. I guess we just translated it. I guess that means Heaven's Vault. Yes, I think so, Sock. Because we're going to be translating in the game as part of like one of the puzzle elements. Some weeks earlier at the University of Eox.
My story begins on Iox.
Oh, Iox.
That was where I met the robot.
My favorite D&D message on the door. There's a text on the door written in Abyssal. I speak Abyssal. It says push to enter. That's great. Mistress Aliyah. Mistress Aliyah Elasra. I have been waiting for you. I have been asked to escort you to Professor Mayari. She is very anxious for your arrival. And who are you? I am a robot, mistress, as is apparent. This way. Do you have a name, robot? Is that intended to be a joke, mistress? No? Robots do not have names. We are, as I understand it, interchangeable. Did she say what she wanted? Yes. She said she wanted you. And how are things here on Iox? Or Eox? Eox does not change, mistress, or so I am assured. It is the single point of stability within the whirling nebula above. This way. You should know that the professor's urgency was remarkable. Maybe we should keep her waiting. Don't want her making a habit of impatience. I cannot recommend that course, mistress. Oh no, maybe it'll be fine. Have I got a promotion? With respect, mistress, I think that is most unlikely. Look at her. She looks like a tiger in a cage. A most curious analogy, mistress. You understand I will be required to report it. Required to? Of course. Professor Mayari is my primary user, mistress. Nevertheless, I will try to sugarcoat your opinion. You do that for me? Of course. I have been tasked with your well-being. Shall we proceed? The Tree of Knowledge, or so they call it. Each branch grows more branches. Until you finally reach the sun, wherever that is. I went outside the university grounds once, exploring. There's a very beautiful moon. You can tell it was once lush, fertile. There must have been huge forests, lakes, rivers. They're all dry now. You've not been outside? No.
I was 15 when my Ari rescued me from the slums of Elbereth and brought me here. I'd never seen such luxury or such kindness.
If there was Android fashion, there'd be angsty teen androids with t-shirts saying, "Sue, do it yourself?" I don't get it. Why is Mayari's room so far from everything? I imagine she enjoys her view of the tree, mistress. I am sure it is most pleasing to her.
I still don't know why she did it.
Professor Mayari. Aaliyah, there you are. Come in. Do you want the robot to wait outside? And why would I want that? Thank you, Professor. Hey, Snow. It's good to see you again. I came as soon as I got your message. You don't need to flatter me, Aaliyah. Nonetheless, I am glad you came. I know your work is important to you. My work is important to everyone, Professor. Well, today it's important to me. You're our expert on history. Tell me what you make of this. It's certainly old. Empire period. The device is the eagle and the sun. One of the scholars sent this brooch to me. Janiki Renba, do you know him? Did. Look at the detail. I see them, ancient markings. I know they're a hobby of yours, Aaliyah, but can you read them? We'll find out. I feel like Granny's voice is a little old for her. I've never seen either of these groupings before, but the two words have common elements, so they must have related meanings. Well? Stretch. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, it probably is, but I wanted to make sure her voice was distinct from Aaliyah. So I went a little bit Granny. Maybe she's just a smoker. Holy Emperor? The other option would be beloved friend. Is there any way to... Because if we put friend here, we can have friend beloved. I feel like Holy Emperor makes more sense, at least for the... But we don't know the syntax of this. So I guess we're just going to be guessing. Are we talking about Linux again? I guess we are. I don't remember. I feel like Linux literally just came up right now. We'll go with that. Holy Emperor? I'm only guessing. You don't think it actually belonged to an emperor? Do you? That would make this the find of a decade. Now perhaps you see why you're here. Janiki told me he found something that was over a month ago. Janiki isn't like you. He's an Eoxen through and through. You mean he's soft? I mean he's reliable. Something persuaded him to go to Meresi of all places. I can't go hunting the nebula for missing people, Aaliyah, but you can. I'll look, but no promises. That's fair, thank you. Come back soon, Aaliyah. And Aaliyah, you're taking that robot with you. Thank you, Professor. I long to see the nebula. Oh, and before you go, you should look in on Huang. He was eager to see you. Eager, why? Aaliyah, really? I couldn't possibly imagine. I know he's rather beneath you, but you could at least say good faith to him for benefit of our little community. I'll bear that in mind. You're as cold as the rivers themselves. Well suited to the stars. He's down there by the tree. You must have walked straight past him on your way in. Good hunting, my dear. Oh, I missed the Linux jokes about the robot. Would you recognize Renba if we saw him? Did you meet him? I believe he activated me, mistress, after I was uncovered. I suspect that is why Professor Miari assigned me to this thing. I wish... Hold on. Is there a text speed option? I'm slowing this down a little bit. It goes a little bit too fast for me. And can I just say, Mistress Aaliyah, it is wonderful to be accompanying you. Oh, yes. And why is that? I find humans fascinating, and you are very different to most here. I have only recently been activated. I'm calling you Six. Six, mistress? I shall remember that. I wonder if I got my Ari's translation correct. I think I did. The shape shows this is an empire piece. And the emperors believe themselves to be gods. So it makes sense that the words would be almost the same. Yay, we did it! I like that we get confirmation about it. But it still doesn't tell me. Where did this thing come from? So you really were dug out of a wall in Iox? I believe I was removed from a wall. The exact events are hazy. What do you think of the sculpture? It has a pleasing balance to it. Worth the time it took to make. Do you think? When there are people on Elbereth who don't eat, are your own exploits worth the time they take, mistress? Should we not be making history rather than reviewing it? Be quiet, Six. If you robots are so ancient, don't you have the whole history of the nebula in your head somewhere? Perhaps some do. I do not. So what do you remember? I remember my activation, nothing before that. Perhaps I had never been activated before. But perhaps you had. Quite so. Six, how long were you buried here? I have no idea, mistress. I do not remember it. And you don't know why you were buried? No, mistress. I can only assume I was not needed. Perhaps robots were not trusted. Perhaps, mistress. Though I have observed robots to be both more predictable and more kind than most humans. You're not the first robot I've had trailing me, you know. Every time I break or lose one, they give me another. I can't figure out why. The university cares for your well-being, mistress. Aaliyah! I didn't know you were back on Iox. How are you, Huang? Well enough, well enough. I've been reading all day. I just came outside to rest my eyes, and there you were. What were you reading? The Annals again. Did you know? Mosway claims the Holy Empire was founded by 3 wolves racing to heaven. Each one tore the throat of the other as the 3 fell to earth. Are you really interested in this? Is it relevant to anything? It's only a story. But then stories change how we think. Why is his face his face? What do you mean? What's wrong with his face? People choose how they think. But you would say that. You were brought up on Elbereth. I'll walk you to the dock. Tell me, what do you make of this brooch? It's a nice piece. I've not seen anything quite like it. There's something written on the back.
In ancient script, let's see. The first word is one I've seen before. It's a descriptive word form of the word for God.
That's what I thought too. So we get to double check that it is in fact holy. Interesting. Query, meatbags of my time seem to not have appreciated my superior construction. Delighted observation. I am so glad you have found me, master. I don't think his face is that weird.
The symbology is classic Holy Empire, of course, the eagle and sun. Older, more ancient versions have more naturalistic birds. Oh, and it seemed heavy to me. Heavy brooches hold up heavy cloth, light brooches hold up light cloth.
So it must have belonged to someone important. So you can read ancient.
Of course not. Not yet, anyway. But it'll be my life's work, you'll see. Well, Aaliyah, before you go, I found a line of ancient in the annals of Mazwe I thought you might like. If you have time, that is.
Always.
Here, see what you think.
I know one of these words. I'll have to guess the other two. Banished or buried? These glyphs resemble my word for holy. So the Empress either banished or buried. Rebels would not be holy. Labors could be holy, but banishing or burying them doesn't make sense to me. I'm leaning towards circuits or robots. We know that the robots were buried in the walls. So I'm leaning towards banishing robots? Or burying robots? Maybe? The Empress buried robots? I think that's correct. But I thought there weren't any robots in the Empire. This suggests otherwise.
Well, the annals won't read themselves. Good faith to you.
I don't know if that's correct. Shall we proceed to your ship now? Have you sailed before, Six? I have no idea, mistress. But I am keen to find out. So we left the hallowed walls of the university. I feel like that should be narrated. Maybe something happened to the audio. Because now it just seems really quiet. Aboard the Nightingale. My ship is my refuge. It's the only place that's truly mine. The journey to Mercy should be quick, mistress. You want to sail, Six? I am really not sure that I have sailed before, mistress. I should watch how it is done, I think. Audio sulking. Oh, I'm too loud, am I? Mute self in a huff. If Astani would answer the phone in that voice, what are you thinking would happen? Hello, and welcome to calling this number. Unfortunately, there are no humans available to take your call. Do not worry, I can't think of the word. Don't worry, I am transferring your call to our robot overlords. Please hold. My ship is my refuge is a cool sentence to me, and I can't put my finger on why. I don't know. What do you know about Massey? Nothing. It is a moon of pigs and rice, mistress. Part of the Iox Protectorate, of course. Maybe Massey will have a few ruins of its own. That seems unlikely. But it is not wealthy. Nevertheless, I will prepare the ropes. Mercy is a tiny rural moon. It's where Janiki told Professor he was going, but why would he be visiting a rice farm? I should go there next. So much for slowing down the text. Okay. So do I just what? I hope I'm doing it right. Ioxian space sailing to Mercy in the Verdant Pass.
Mayari wanted us to sail to Mayerzi. It was a short sail through fast waters.
Oh, this is so pretty. Our route turns right momentarily, mistress, and so should we. Oh, I control this! I see the force of the river is fastest in the middle, mistress. Sweep sail. On the surface it appears the same, but there are deeper currents below. Yeah, it feels a little awkward. This is your ship, mistress. What do you think? She is very beautiful, mistress. But I cannot help wondering how you came by her. That's Massey. You can see the greenery from here. If Ren was here, I need to find him. So, I need to add a tag, because apparently we're voice acting in this. So we're going to add the voice acting tag. And if he's not, I need to work out where he went.
We stepped off the ship and into the mud.
Gross.
Mud covered the ground and rock.
Bye, Snow! Thanks for hanging out.
And everywhere I looked, things were growing from the mud.
Ew, growing things.
And some of those things had legs.
Ew, that have legs. Ew. I can just hear, like, I can't tell if she's excited or judgmental. Look at this place. Breathe the air. I cannot breathe, mistress. But rest assured, I am most happy for you all the same. I guess she's excited. Because it's so verdant. Well then. Let's see where Remba's got to. If we're really lucky, he'll have found an old pot. I find the walking a little bit weird because it fades out the legs as you walk, and I don't know why that weirds me out, but it does. So where do we start? There is a series of rice terraces. If we climb up away from the water, that should take us to the village. But there is no way I am crossing that, mistress. Robots cannot swim. You can wait, can't you? My power source is good for millennia, mistress. Waiting will not be an issue. Patience, however, is more limited. I love these old moons with their ancient stories. Who is that, for instance? One of the older goddesses. She is guarding the fields. I would estimate more than 1,500 years have passed since she was carved. That's a long time. Relative to what exactly? There used to be gods throughout the nebula. Even on Iox. Before the Empire was founded. I'm surprised Iox let this one stay. What did you make of Renba's brooch, Six? The one he sent to Mayari. I was struck by the craftsmanship. It seemed very fine to me. It is an artisanal product, high status. How high status? Hard to say. Possibly very high. So it's valuable. Most likely. Mistress surely does not intend to sell it. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. No, the question is, where did Renba get it? And why did he give it to the professor? Something scratched here. The emblem of Iox. I suppose is where the Mergian leave goods for the Ioxons to collect. Well, Janiki won't be hiding in there. Mistress intends to nick a quick buck, okay? That tithe bond was big. This moon produces a surplus, mistress. For what good it does them. I'm leaving my robot behind. Later. Definitely feel like the game has gotten quiet, though. Maybe there's no music here? There we go. I think this is a little better. You can hear, like, the crickets and stuff.
The air smelled earthy and sweet.
Why do we have nose hair? It's protective. It's for, so especially it's really important to have something like a protective filter in our nose because our nose is one of the few places where we actually have exposed nerve endings. And so we have nose hair to trap like bacteria and other particulates so it doesn't go into our airways but also into our nerves. So, but why must it grow out so badly? Because biology's weird. I guess it's just because it's an uncommon need, unfortunately, Dibria. It is a shame that they don't have it, though. Silent, thank you so much for hosting. I mean, F society, am I right? Where does all the water here come from? There is a wellspring in the rock below us, mistress. The soil is permanently saturated by it. Right. Do they grow anything else here? It would not appear so. There's a warehouse. I thought I saw a face at the window. A woman. She ducked out of sight. What is a wellspring, anyway? A source, mistress. Nothing more. Okay, but what is a wellspring? How does it work? It is a source, mistress. It has no mechanism as I understand it. That makes no sense. She dominates everything. Elbereth has a statue like that, sort of. It's just a pair of feet. Iox must approve, although I understand they had destroyed similar statues on other moons. Can you do a scan for Janiki or something? Mistress has mistaken me for a dog. Perhaps you believe if I had a scrap of clothing that I could trace his scent. So how are we supposed to find him? I have visual scanners of exceptional acuity, mistress. If I see him, I will let you know. I don't know why Mayari wanted me to take you with me. The professor cares about your safety. Then she certainly doesn't care about yours. He just turns away like, I don't know how to feel about that. I'm just saying, we've gone through 5 robots already, because he's number 6. They're number 6. I need to stop gendering the robots. This moon seems most poor to me. There are no proper buildings. There is mud everywhere. I will wait out here, mistress. You. I don't know what voice to give her. You know what? You. She is going to be Russian. You are from Iox. My name is Leah. Then you are not her. Not Mayari. That's who you're waiting for? I heard your voice, your Ioxin. But you said Aaliyah. I'm not Mayari. I'm sorry. I should have said nothing. I should have told her I was! Dang it! I messed up! Most curious mistress. Is a woman like that why Renba came here? Humans are most curious, mistress, but it would seem someone from Iox has visited here recently. It appears Renba was never here, mistress. Perhaps we should return to the ship. Let's try the village first. Whoopsie doodle. I mean, it happens. Do you know what Remba taught? Robotics, mistress. Did you ever talk to him? He interviewed me shortly after my activation. The memory is somewhat hazy, however. What is he like, Renba? I could not judge him, mistress. The interview was largely technical. He was mostly concerned with ensuring my vision was in line with his expectations of gravity. Definitely no robots here. No reason for Renba to come here at all. Weird. Of course there are no robots. Robots are valuable. I mean, I'm down with the game being open-ended. I think that's pretty cool. So if there are no robots, why are there ramps everywhere? Eox uses robots to collect produce from moons in the Protectorate. Seems like it would be easy to stop the robots taking anything. Pull up a few walkways, put some stones in the way. I can't imagine that would make any difference, mistress. Robots are versatile. I suppose there's nothing old here. No ruins, no ancient kings. No crumbled towers. Of course not, mistress. This is a farmyard. This is a waste of my time, that's what it is. Ren was probably back on Iox again right now. Professor Mayari would have contacted me if that were the case, mistress. He is out here, somewhere, waiting. There's plenty of rice stored up. Elbereth should move itself here. I believe that is exactly what the Protectorate exists to prevent. How many moons are there in Eox Protectorate 6? At the last settlement, it was 23. Even more rice. Just lying around. I could scoop enough in my bag to feed an Elberethian family for a week, and no one would even notice it was gone. I had heard Elbereth was a moon of thieves, mistress. I assumed it was a slur rather than a strategy. Why can't everywhere be like this? Enough food, enough space, water to spare. Indeed, mistress. Up this way. Isn't the Protectorate too many moons to manage? There are no threats at present. This no doubt eases
This was
the
what passed for
situation.
a street on Mayerzi. Buildings on stilts, jumping out of the bushes like children. It was so quiet.
Arik, thanks so much for raiding. Hello and welcome on in. How was your stream? Thank you, thank you. Let me give you a shout out. I don't know if we have any mods hanging out right now. Human Fall Flat. I love that game. Were you playing it single player or were you playing with people? It's a very fun game. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome on in. Oh, there's something under the leaves. This doesn't look like it belongs here. A devotional icon from the Holy Empire, I think. It's been inscribed, too. It's playing by myself, first time playing / streaming it. Nice! I hope you had a good time. Most likely not. Ancient scribes didn't always trouble to put in their spaces. I don't think they expected their writing to be read. We can see holy right here. Let's see now. This word reminds me a little of my translation for buried. This one makes us think of emperor. Why? It was fun, but I couldn't finish the level because I was so tired, so I'm gonna lay down now. Good night, Ark. Get some good sleep. Thanks so much again for raiding. And yeah, I really enjoyed Human Fall Flat when I played it. I missed a lot, but good news, my mom called and told me Dad returns home tomorrow after a stroke. Nice! Still recovering, but mostly back to normal. I'm so glad to hear that. RQ Stefan, thanks so much for following. Hello and welcome on in. Need to get some friends to join me. I've heard it's very good with more people. I'm glad that your father's doing better. Very glad to hear that. So maybe this would be light? What would relate towards buried? Maybe a weight? So why does that say stay as well? I guess, yeah. That's what I'm leaning towards. Because if something is buried, it's maybe like awaiting you to unbury it. Maybe? Does await holy light work? I can see what Lang thinks when I get back to Iox. This comes from the same site as the brooch. The one Mayari gave us on Iox. This new find should be useful in tracking down where these things originated. Indications of an unknown site somewhere in the cyclones. Alrighty. Mistress, when I see an artifact, I can position its origin point using minor radiation markers, but I am at a loss to understand how you do it. Well, apparently, I'm not allowed to tell you. Nor can I
Three
stop
paths
walking.
met at the heart of the village. I could imagine them all, sitting around here in the evenings, sipping rucker and singing. It seemed nice.
Stranger!
Greetings.
Greetings to you. Welcome to Mercy. You have come to trade?
Actually, I'm looking for someone.
Who? Not a Maersian, surely? We are like as ants to you.
You've seen no strangers.
Not for some long time, friend. Good luck with your search. They say the nebula is wide.
Helpful. It seems unlikely we will find Renba here. Shall we leave? I want to look around a little more. Come on, Six, let's try this way. What do you think, mistress? Was Janiki here? I mean, I feel like he was, because we found that, that second, piece of jewelry. Of course he was. Welcome back, Kulan. And whatever he was doing, it must have been important. Oh! My pigs need me. Please, if you could just... Lord Mayorcy wants to talk to me. Did I do something wrong? You came here. Perhaps that is all. The locals don't seem surprised to see me. Or to see you. I imagine robots collect supplies from here routinely. The locals I know also do not seem pleased to see you. Well, thanks for that. More water. Just sitting here. There's not many people tending all of these crops. Plants are not like pigs. They do not require constant husbandry. What do you know about pigs? I meet people. They are also livestock. Wow. That's a vibe, apparently. Why do they build on stilts, do you think? Surely it doesn't flood up here. The mud, perhaps, mistress, or perhaps animals sleep underneath. And so begins a great friendship. And what did the moons get about being in the Protectorate? Theoretically, the support of the Ioxian government. But that is largely historical. Ugh. I stepped in something. Mud, mistress. Good faith, master.
Please keep it quick. I don't want to talk to you.
Rude. I'm looking for someone. An Ioxian man named Janiki Renba.
Are you expecting him to find him hiding behind a tree?
You don't like Ioxians here, do you?
That's no secret. Return to your moon. Leave us in peace.
Well... I do think that is the point, Sock. Back to the ship, Six. We've done all we can here for now. This way, mistress. And so we left the warm, wet fields of Mercy. Gonna be honest, I was hoping the whole thing was gonna be voiced so I didn't have to voice it, but that's okay. I am quite certain in my analysis, mistress. The crystal at the heart of Renba's brooch. It comes from somewhere nearby, somewhere on the edge of the cyclones. I've never been that way. Hey, Islanders Caper! No one has. Those are wild rivers. I wonder, what exactly did Renba discover? We'd better find out. Pull out the sails, Six. Oh no! You gotta eat something though, Sock. Six thinks the crystal in the Eagle boat seems to have come from somewhere here. Be nothing to do with Renba, of course, but we need every lead we can get. Did someone really travel this way? Could look around here and try to pick up more artifacts to uncover the site's precise location. Or could wait until I know something else. We're gonna go. But you gotta eat, Sock. Even if it's just a piece of toast, eat something. Sailing to the source of the birch crystal. 'Cause you brought it up! Are there other ships on the rivers, mistress? I have not seen any. Steer right shortly, mistress. I guess not that far, right? This'll work. We'll just keep right. Oh, interesting. So it also shows you the way that everything flows. So we have to go this way. Because everything else would be like backflow or something. Flowing the wrong direction. Go straight on here, mistress. What's does straight mean? When you hit a T section, it's like, go straight. What? What are the rivers, Six? Flows of oxygen, hydrogen, ice. Oh, I guess we're going this way. Their velocity keeps them coherent. Uh-oh. Where are we going now? Do I have to reset? No, we can come back from this. Oh, I need to think how to pronounce your name. Adariofer? If you have a way to pronounce it, please let me know if I'm butchering it. But hello, welcome on in. You've been here before? Yeah, but I still know how to pronounce your name. Welcome on in today. Welcome on in doesn't necessarily mean welcome to the stream for the first time. I'm just bad with pronouncing names sometimes.
No one knows how far the rivers go. No one's ever mapped them.
Call me Sophie, then I'll try to remember.
Not even the robots. Or if they did, they aren't telling.
Yeah, Sock's been here for years, and I still welcome her on in. Okay, so I think those little markers are maybe telling us where to go. Okay, I'm learning. They really didn't like Iox on Maersi. I always thought Eox treated other moons well. Doesn't matter which way you go here. It seems interesting. This is my first time playing it. Oh. Okay, apparently this is where I want to go. I believe the source of the brooch crystal is close at hand. Okay, do we want to go straight here? Hey, Blue Satyr! Hey! Welcome on in. I guess it's kind of hang gliding. We're like in space though. Yes, I've been translating, I've translated 2 inscriptions, I think. First one I got correct, the second one I have no idea yet. Actually 3. Were there 3 inscriptions? Because we got, Holy Emperor, and then we guessed buried robots? The Empress buried robots from the text. And then we're also guessing something about awaiting a holy light. Yeah, welcome on in. This is a point-and-click mystery where we're looking for a missing person and we're translating things, and it's pretty cool. Why would anyone come to a lonely spot like this? We have arrived, mistress. The moon below us is rich in purple eolite crystals, but there is no surface flow. We cannot land the ship. Hey, Tuck! This game's fantastic. Glad to hear it. I'm interested in it so far. Since it's as close as we can get. As close as you can get, mistress. I should be able to hopper down, but there is no air. No air. So, what was Redbud doing here? I hope I will discover that. Please wait here. Just don't take too long.
A moment later, the robot was gone, and I was alone in the dark.
What were you up to, Renba? What makes the robotists leave Iox? When Iox is the only moon in the nebula with robots. I flew away now. I could be rid of that thing. Mistress. I found something, mistress. This is Janiki's. The probability is high. I believe the moon below us was once a quarry. But this box is no artifact. Renba hid this box down there. It was a superb hiding place, mistress, but whether it was Renba's doing or not, I could not say. It better not have damaged it. It appears intact to me, mistress. I hope there's a snake in there. Why would there be a snake? If there was a snake, it'd be dead. A roll of cloth? Why would Renba hide something like this? He must have had a reason, mistress. His choice of hiding place was extreme. Thick fabric. Janiki, what is this? Some kind of robe. But it's hundreds of years old. There's something stitched along the belt. Translation time! Tiny characters picked out in a darker thread. This is a long one. Let me think. These symbols look somewhat like my translation for light. Related to buried, maybe? Also emperor or holy. Oh, do I pick one? I chose this translation for a reason. Let's see if I can remember what it was. Oh, so I could retranslate that if I wanted to. Interesting! Okay, this is very cool. Let's take another look at this. So we chose buried and await. You can translate the phrases that you see. Interesting. So emperors I don't think makes sense, even with retranslating these. Because I know that this could be buried or it could be banished. This could be await, or what was the other option? There were like a couple. Leave, toward, or follow, or await. Okay, let's go back to the first one. Can I actually see the first one, please? Thank you. So we're relating it to light, but light might not be the right word. We're guessing there. The other options for light were water, heart, or friend. Ooh, I don't think water was an option before. Water's new. I think we had light, heart, or friend, but now it could potentially be water? The only thing we're sure about, I think, is holy. We've confirmed that. We see this character appear twice in Emperor, once in Holy, and it appears twice in here. And then either in Buried or Banished, we see this symbol. I'm leaning for many or all for this one. Or I guess it could be warm. But I feel like that doesn't really make sense. Because we could do like warm drinks together. I don't think that's right. I'm leaning towards something like many pilgrims because it's related to holy and emperor. Many pilgrims of the emperors doesn't make sense to me, I don't think. Follow? Just make some toast or something. Just eat something. Well, let's just throw some stuff in here. Many pilgrims together? Yeah, let's just go with that for now. Or follow. Many pilgrims follow. Or would it make sense for together? I'll go with follow. I could still change my mind, but many pilgrims follow? Don't worry too much if you get a translation wrong here, since you can go back and change it. A ceremonial robe, I suppose. There's more in here. This is a silver sextant engraved with a bird motif. It's beautifully preserved. Oh, it's beautifully preserved. An heirloom, maybe. It has that look to it. Something was old even when it was used. Looks like there's a carved message along the wing. Let's translate more. Found a frozen lasagna. Okay. So we see our potential translation of light there. We also see stand? I don't remember putting stand in something. I'm feeling confident about my translation for light now. Yay! We got it! So stand might be wrong then. Where did we get stand from? Follow the star's light, maybe. Follow star's light. This can't be from the same site as that robe. In fact, I don't think we've seen anything like the sextant before. So this originates from somewhere I didn't know about. Where did we get stand from? I don't know. We'll find out. But that's not all. There's also a page from a book. How did Renba get his hands on all this? The paper would seem to be painted on Mistress. The game will give you suggestions without you needing to have seen them somewhere. Oh, okay. Interesting that these are both relating to Emperor Light and Stars. So we're thinking right now that this might be follow. Pilgrims follow. So it could be this book. Oh, good night. I've already forgotten what you told me to call you. I'm so sorry. If it's not your Twitch name, I probably won't remember. But thanks so much for hanging out. I feel like I called you Eddie before. So I think I'm just gonna go with that. Or Ed. I'll call you Ed. Thanks so much for hanging out, Ed. I'm glad that you're excited about this game. I'm intrigued by it. This book? That's what I was thinking, Ed. Sophie, that's what it was. I'm glad you remembered. Call me Sophie. I'm not gonna remember, though. I'll do my best, but I don't have a great memory for names. Have a good night, Sophie. I'll do my best. Yeah, I think paths or path. Interesting that it gives me an alternate, myself, me. Pilgrims follow me, wait! I think I'm gonna go this book. Soldiers follow drinks, we? It could be we. I think I'm gonna go with pilgrims, though. Pilgrims follow this book. Presumably there used to be more to it than that. This comes from the same place as the sexton, I think. Having another artifact should help us locate the site. So are these things what Renbo's after? Wait, mistress, I will consider the matter. Can you work out where the robe originated? The thing is, though, my memory is actually pretty good for other things, like, for occurrences, for, summaries, for things that have happened, basically. But names, dates, places, those kinds of things, I'm not very good at remembering. So that's where I'm at. You could tell me my own phone number and I go, no, that's not right. Bad at remembering too. It's a normal thing. Like some people have, for some people, remembering some things is easier than others. I just know that for me, with names specifically, I can get very confused about them, especially if I'm presented with another name. Anyway. I fear so. It is not a good location, mistress, but Professor Mayari was keen that we found Master Renba, and I am sure Master Renba is equally keen to be found. Show me. I am not exactly certain, mistress, but I believe Renba traveled far from home, into the eye of the cyclones, and most likely the winds there tore him apart. Well, that's a problem. Possibly deep in the swelling waters of the cyclones. Is there still more to find? And is Renba waiting to be found? I could find this site now. Or I could go back to Eox. I'll have to tell Professor Mayari that it was most likely torn apart, but I don't know how she'll take it. Could go there next. You know what? We're gonna go! I want to know. Cyclones. Sailing to the eye of the cyclones. Let's get torn apart. I have been analyzing the purple robe we found in Renba's tool chest, mistress. The fabric appears to be of a significant age. Hold on, 6. I cannot hold on, mistress. We're in one piece. We appear to be. This whole area is wild. We better check the hole when we next land. What could go wrong? I mean, we might die. I didn't even know Renba sailed. I didn't know that anyone on Eox did, not really. But here he was, exploring the wilds. It is most curious, mistress. One wonders what he was looking for. My findings indicate the eye of the cyclone should be nearby. The river seems to have died. Okay, it doesn't really matter where we go. We are barely sailing, but we are moving. I cannot see which way to turn at this branch, mistress. All roads lead to the center of the cyclone, so it kind of doesn't matter. Yeah, because it looks like we can go this way, and then we'll just take the next right. Yeah, we're going this way. I see it. There's something up ahead. There is air, but no upriver, mistress. We'll need to leave the ship here and hop it down. Please do not be alarmed. It is quite safe. Lorambo will be waiting for us here in the center of the storm.
The hopper fired, and for a moment I was gone. Not aboard the Nightingale, not on the moon beneath. It could have been a heartbeat or an hour. But I didn't feel the cold until I reappeared.
A pile of rocks, mistress, smashed together by the waters. It seems Janiki had a taste for places like this. I wonder why. Perhaps he did not like people. This way then. I hope he'll be pleased to see us. You think we'll find him? I prefer to believe that we will. I would like to meet him again. I do not remember him well, but I bear him no ill will. Hold it. 6! What is that?
Here, in the middle of the hurricane, there was a house. It was fine. Tucked in below the overhanging rock. Wooden beams, mud brick walls, shutters. Large enough for 2 families to argue over. It would have been measly on Iox and grand on Elbereth. But here, it was impossible.
And yet, someone built this. Buildings do not occur naturally, mistress. How did Janiki find it? I still hope we can ask him, mistress. Blocked with rubble and ruin. This whole place must be slowly peeling away from the cliff. Perhaps you might forego going inside. So what should I do? Just go back to Iox and say, we got so far, and then gave up. You don't think she'd send us right back here? I do not think Professor Mayari wants you to sprain your ankle, mistress. I know you don't have feet 6, but honestly they're not as delicate as you seem to think. It looks like we can't go back. Okay. So, are robots capable of hope? Certainly. We calculate odds, of course. But even the most unlikely outcomes must always, eventually, occur. Hope is a mathematical certainty. Could vault over the wall here. Please, mistress. The floor beyond would only give way beneath you. Do you see any other way in? No, neither do I. Also, I just realized I have one of my timers still going from yesterday I need to turn off. Alright, let's talk to Robot more. The floor looks like stone to me, Six. So it is heavy and more likely to fall. Maybe that's what happened to Renba. He fell through a hole in the floor. Here goes. The floor seems sound enough. Six? Six? Where did the robot go? Uh-oh. Six! So, a robot's abandoned me for once. Look at this place, Leah. No one would live here. They couldn't. Huh.
The ghosts were still here, cooking, reading, doing whatever ghosts do. The house was empty, but it hadn't been abandoned.
Hardly comfortable. Whoever built this place wasn't worried about making it cozy. There's an inscription here. It's old, barely visible, scratched into the plaster. More words I don't know. Buried pilgrims. Life your death makes sense. The writer was dying. The angle is interesting too, scratched by someone lying down. Let's see what's up here. Ruin and rubble, but there's a glint among the stones. I guess ask a question first. Question? Why build something as big as this out here? Who was it for? There's something wedged here. A sliver of an earring made of crystal, dating from the Ioxian Empire. It doesn't have an inscription on the inside. But I don't think I've seen anything equivalent to this crystal earring sliver before. Which means it must have originated on a site that's new to me. What is this? It's quite different from the rest of the building. It's for some kind of telescope. The positions and the bearing are fixed. Is that smoke? That is definitely smoke. Renba, are you here? There's something over there. I can't make it out. Looks like wreckage. By the sands. Janiki. Just don't look down, Aaliyah. I'd better go and find where Six got to. Mistress. Obviously, it is good to see you intact, Mistress. How'd you get down from that arch? I could not climb over the wall, so I drove myself off the cliff edge. Once I had dug myself out of the sand, I found a door. And are you in one piece? Evidently, Mistress. I saw something from the roof. It looked like wreckage from a ship. Mistress. Are you saying you climbed up onto the roof of this place? Yes, of course I did. So I climbed onto the roof. Why does that matter? The probability of severe injury rises as you do, Mistress. I would have thought that was obvious. There's an inscription up here. Symbols in the ancient script. I might be able to translate them. This is so interesting. Emperor and Light. Book Holy Pilgrims. Book Holy Pilgrims. So these two are going to be related as well. Emperor Light. So I have a feeling that these symbols, because we can kind of see them on either side, and then these almost look like light rays. This makes me think of fire if we're going pictograms. So maybe this is goddess? But then this would suggest that this is water. If I'm on the right track with these. Like, and I think I am. At least that's what makes sense to me. Maybe this is must? And this doesn't make sense. Hold on, we'll pull this out. Pull both of these out. And I feel like, because if this is book, if we do believe that this is book, maybe that's for something for like objects or nouns. Book Holy Pilgrims. And then it looks like okay, so why do we think this was pilgrims? Now let's see. Here's the translation where I saw that word before. So we guessed pilgrims. And then we thought this might be follow. Oh, we've got 2 follows though, so I don't think they both can be follow. Let's go back here. I think I'm just going to come up with a translation and I'm going to go through our list of translations. So I think I'm going to cut the water goddess blesses fire. We're just going to go with that for now. Water goddess blesses fire. This is a fireplace after all. Perhaps they were afraid of it burning the house down? Where's my T button? Here. Okay, so we learned the ancient word for emperor and holy. I think these are just inscriptions that have already been solved. So let's go to unsolved ones. I wish I had like a lexicon of all of the words that I believe I've translated rather than a timeline version of them. So we could change this to banished. Does that make more sense with relating to death and fear and pilgrims? I feel like... I don't know. You could banish a lot of things. Okay, so if we think this may be banished. Probably just write down information I thought was important. Fair. So we could change this to toward holy light. I feel like these things are verbs. Okay, I think this is gonna be so ignore this part here. This one is the one that I translated to goddess, and I think that that's correct because I feel like we've got this here which refers to like a personage. And then this verb here this is like one who follows a goddess, a pilgrim, or maybe one who follows like a holy path, that sort of thing. Because we know that this relates to holy. We're learning a language and it's actually really cool. So yeah, I think we can assume that these little comma shapes here indicate verbs because we can see them at the beginning of lots of verbs. Here in banished, in blessed, and here in follow, they're verbs. Um, I'm getting a feeling that this sort of thing is going to indicate an adjective or a modifier of some sort. And then I think that these indicate like either a noun or an element or a thing. So I feel like this could be follow, but this seems like it's more likely to be follow. If we see this and then this squiggle and then this mountain shape, I would assume pilgrims are one who follow or they walk maybe, but I feel like pilgrims are more likely to follow something. With leaving, so it's a copper devotional icon. Awaiting, I feel like, doesn't make sense here. And if we're saying this is banished, then we're basically saying you had to like leave. Yeah, pilgrims are also sometimes called followers of some gods. They also sometimes will like a pilgrimage is like following the path that somebody else has already taken. So I feel like we can say that this piece here probably means follow. It probably means one or people or we who follow a goddess or god or deity of some sort. So then the question is, what did these symbols mean? If we're saying this means blesses, if we think this means blesses, and it might not, but we've got basically the symbol for God in there, or deity, or whatever. The noun form of holy. And then we've got this sort of thing right before it, like in like maybe it means like if we think it means blesses, maybe we think that that means like to invoke whatever adjective it's related to or to yeah. So then if we think that this means something to do with movement and we're invoking movement, would toward make more sense there? I feel like it has to be toward or follow. Leave doesn't make sense because I think we would see that in banished. And await doesn't make sense because we're invoking something that suggests movement. So I'm going to try toward for now. We're doing full puzzle brain on this. So this I think could still be many. Apparently this is related to fire and light. Why is that related though? How are we saying it's related when they don't look the same at all? I'm gonna say all instead of many because of the circle. I feel like if the circle was more incomplete, then many might make more sense. Pilgrims, I am still convinced that that is what that is. And then we see that symbol here, whatever this means. And then we can't say follow. Invoking something. Why is this book then? Maybe this means... So we said invoking, but it might not be invoking. So if that's blesses, maybe it is the thing of... No, that doesn't make sense. The action of? No, because that's kind of what we think the parentheses are. Maybe together? I feel like all pilgrims together kind of could make sense. Engage translation brain, let's go. All pilgrims together could make sense. I don't think weaker makes sense for like a ceremonial robe. I don't think emperor makes sense because we don't really see the symbol for the emperor at all in here. We don't see anything relating to holy or a holy incarnation in a human or anything like that. And then follow, we're assuming follow has to do with this symbol here. So I feel like just by pure process of elimination, we can probably say that that means together. I'm still not certain on banished. That could still be buried. No worries, Satyr. Um, stars or possessive stars? Interesting. Could be possessive. We see this symbol again that I've said means invoking somehow. We also see this symbol that I see on a lot of things. This symbol which appears in light, and then this symbol which is completely new. I don't think we've seen a possessive before. So maybe if we're saying that this means like invoke or to make, like to make or do basically, like um and then this means thing, we could interpret this to say the thing which makes light. And then maybe this is the possessive add-on? Because if we're saying this is the action which makes something holy, but then what would this mean? This is the thing that makes whatever this squiggle is. Words? And then why does this mean holy? Okay, so this is action dot thing and squiggle. So the action which makes movement. Okay, so let's see. Would into make sense here? I don't know. I think we can leave that for now. But I feel like it needs to be an action. I don't think into. Oh, we said toward. And now we're like, is that into? Okay, so we're like retranslating it as we go. Into is more like a preposition though, and this feels like it's verb. Hmm. Question is, and maybe we just don't have enough information yet, because it seems like this is follow. So then, is this like the action of going after something? Which part is the preposition part of that? Because, or yeah, I feel like there has to be a prepositional part of pilgrims. is we have goddess, we have whatever this first part means, and then we've got this verb thing. But maybe it's like this is the verb, and then this is something else. I'm gonna go into still for there. I don't think I have a good alternative translation there. So we're still saying this is pilgrims. It could be we. I feel like pilgrims makes more sense. For so this is the same one as into the star's light. What else could make sense? Ooh, it's related to I. Yeah, something myself. So this is probably not book. Interesting. So this is related to blesses emperor and light. Lasagna's ready. Nice. Go eat food. So I guess it's related to light because we see this symbol here. We also see this symbol here in emperor. I wish I could see holy here. Remember what that... Well, holy's this one, right? And we see this referring to things. So we're breaking up holy to be like whatever the first part of holy is, and then it's a thing, and then the second part, and then we have this symbol, whatever that means. So it has something to do with holiness. What does holy actually mean? It means like something that's sacred. How would you break that into two parts? I do think this is probably I and myself. So, but I don't know what the rest of that would make sense. I think I'm just going to leave it untranslated for now. Death. I feel like that one makes the most sense. We got Emperor. This we had translated to book, but now we translated it from something else into myself, and I think that makes more sense. It's definitely not goddess. I think we've already translated something else as goddess. Beloved doesn't make sense. I feel like death or stranger are the only two that make sense here in this passage. So I'm going to leave it as I fear death. I think that's probably correct. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Tuck. I really like puzzles. I like figuring things out. And so this is a great game for me. I'm not convinced on banished because I feel like it still could be buried. But actually, oh, there's this symbol. I missed that. Yeah, there's that there. I wonder, does the X mean like not? Because then we also see this symbol for that we've interpreted to be like movement of some sort. Or or following. Does that mean to not follow? So I think this one's correct. Or at least as correct as we're going to get it for now. So then what does this mean? I think blesses makes sense here. I think goddess here makes sense. I think blesses here makes sense. I guess it could also be loves. If you think of it in the terms of like divine love. Because we're saying this thing kind of means an invocation or to make something happen, probably. I feel like blesses makes the most sense though, because we have holy right here, and then we've got verb. We're verbifying holy, and I feel like blesses makes the most sense here. This is definitely just a guess. But it does seem like it's some sort of like element in nature. And the zigzags look like fire. I'm going pictograms here. Let's keep that one. Which means that this one would have to be water if we're saying that that's our same logic. Why would the water goddess bless fire though? That doesn't make sense. I feel like the words make sense, but the meaning does not. Anyway, we're gonna go with this for now. The building won't actually cave in on us, will it? I cannot guarantee that, mistress. Another cot. I found one just like this on the floor above. Someone grew too old or too ill to climb back upstairs, so they made up a bed down here instead. Someone died right here, mistress. So where are the bones? A person lay on the floor here for some time after death. Renba? No. Whoever died here scores of years ago. The lack of moisture on this moon has preserved the traces, but they are old. Water helps keep fire in check? Yeah, maybe. You're sure? The evidence is minor, but significant. The person who lay in state here was only removed recently. Are you saying Janiki took them? What remained of them? Someone did. Weird. That's horrid. Why would he do that? Oh no, why would he do that? I am unsure, mistress. Something must have led him to this place. There must have been something here that he needed. That's even more horrid. Yes. Yes, it is. With that little creepy smile. Heavy wooden box. This looks interesting. Beautifully made. Much nicer than everything else in here. I estimate it to be hollow, mistress. Hey, Mannixer. Maybe that thing in the bracket on the roof? There's something inscribed on the lid. Might be a clue as to what's inside. Ooh, okay. I'm going to have to guess the whole thing. Light and water. I definitely see a symbol for water here. Why is this relating to light, though? I don't see any... I guess there's an inverted symbol. What would that mean? So we've got thing, we've got the light rays. So this could relate to star, but then what does that mean? Different liquid, maybe? We're not getting that as an option, though. Water was considered valuable in some places. This is a desert, so... Or at least we're in a desert planet, or moon, whatever, right now. So I guess it's possible. Treasures? Great... value? I don't know. Just guess. Treasures of great value. That will do for now. Miari will be most excited by this fine mistress, whatever proves to be inside. That sounds interesting. I think it's a reliquary. A place to put your belongings when you die. The idea is you get them back when you return. Do people often return from death, mistress? The loop says everyone returns from death. As long as their soul gets back to the rivers. And what do you believe, mistress? Nobody knows the history of the nebula. If everyone who dies comes back, why don't they know? Perhaps you require more evidence. Let's see if I can shift it. Curses. I can't even get my fingers under the lid. Open it up then, 6. Not locked, mistress, but stiff. And I lack fingers for leverage. You don't have an attachment for prying. Something you can stick into your arm sockets. My first robot had those. Perhaps I could find something on the ship. Maybe there's something around here I can use. Of course, if this coffer is locked, it means it's nothing to do with Renba. He didn't open it. That is logical, mistress, though the coffer may relate to this place and its significance. A fire poker. I think this might do for a lever. A good thought, mistress. I might be able to snap the lock. Mistress, is it moving? It's definitely shifting. Here goes then. Whoop. Let's see.
And there it was, just lying there. The greatest treasure I ever found.
6. Look at this.
From inside the coffer, from the distant past of the nebula's once great empire.
I wish I could do her voice a bit
It
better.
was a crown.
Incredible. I'm gonna try a little harder. The eagle and sun motif. Just like Janiki's brooch. Mark of the Empire. Could this be the crown of Eox itself? Should I put it on? Should I put it on? If you like, mistress. Evidently, it is a hat after all, though I imagine it might suit Professor Mayari better. You have to tell me if it suits me. Aw, what do you think? Most regal, mistress. Did you hear that? Thought I heard a voice. I heard nothing, mistress. And my hearing is considerably better than yours. Strange. Something written along the rim. Holy treasures stars. Wow. Let's see. Oh, this could be rivers, maybe. What were we thinking this was, though? Potentially possessive? So maybe... I do think of makes the most sense here, especially because it's tiny. Okay, so we got more squiggles. And then whatever this means. Because we think that this is movement. I don't know what this is. I've seen this before, like the semicolon thing. Not just in fear, but in something else. And we've seen this before a little bit when we looked at book, because it was the thing with the invokey symbol and then whatever this squiggle means. So maybe this is something that relates to words, like makes it into a compound word. Because we see verb and then we see thing. So it's the verb squiggle related question mark to the thing squiggle. So relating this to person, we have the symbol of I, but maybe this means more than myself. So maybe this is we. Endure. My brain is going on rivers of light we endure forever. So maybe this is a plural form rather than a possessive. But then why would this be on? Rivers, rivers! Would rivers of light we endure forever? Toward rivers of light? No. If we assume this is we, and I think we have to, I think this is the translation that makes the most sense. On rivers of light we endure forever. I crowned myself! Is this crown what Mayari wanted us to find? Is this why she sent us out here looking? Remember too, perhaps. Mistress. I will have to tell her, mistress. Her motives hardly matter. A workbench. Whoever lived here would have needed to be self-sufficient. Then they would have needed water, mistress. House had been built right up against the rock face. Must have been cold here. Whoever lived in this place would have kept their fire burning constantly. I wonder what they did for wood. Oh, there's something up there. Why does the robot use mistress? Because it just does. There's something up there. A blade. A dagger. A little corroded, but beautifully crafted, with an angular sun on the hilt. On it are some inscribed tiny characters, mistress. I can barely make the letters out, they're so small. This one is several words. I'm certain my translation for all is right now. Yay! And as must be correct too. Yay! Hey, outro! We're translating things. And it's actually really fun. We get check marks. Yeah, we get check marks when she's certain of her translations, and I think it's really cool. I feel like this is people. All people is one, is what I'm thinking. Because I, myself, we, all refers to like a single person or in respect to a single person. Whereas I think like these dashes here refer to more than one thing. I think this refers to one thing. And then I'm getting people here because we see it a lot in proper nouns like emperor or we, me, my, etc. I think we also see this in goddess. So if this means the thing that refers to many people or many individuals, that would be people. And it's real fun because I get to logic out the translations and I'm having a great time. Just all people is one work. Did I say hello to you, outro? If not, hi, outro. I think I did, though. What's this crown doing out here? Did someone steal it? Hide it here, but never collect. That seems most unlikely, mistress. Yeah, but what else would we be doing here for? All is one, or all people must die, is pretty much the same, isn't it? Not really, no.
After the dead air of the house, it was good to see the sky again.
We have obtained 3 intriguing artifacts here. With luck, we will be able to trace them. I suggest we take the crown to Professor Mayari directly. We must also inform her of our theories of Renba. I'd like to activate the hopper now, mistress. No. Not just yet. There must be something more to this place. And I want to know who lived here, who died here, and what happened to Renba. There's something carved into the rock here. More symbols. There's a few words in this one. I don't know. I have seen bits and pieces of Nier, and I don't think I'm that interested in it. the word for water, short and simple, almost like a pictogram. Yay! And us must be right, too. I'm very excited to get these check marks. That feels very good. That just leaves one word. So if this means together, then this would probably mean joins, if we assume that this is correct. We've already confirmed light. But I do think that that probably does confirm fire. And the style and gameplay aren't super representative of the storytelling, but I totally get that. I do feel like the storytelling of it is interesting. I remember hearing someone play it and say that it's like cyclical in an interesting way, which I find intriguing, but I don't know if I'm compelled enough by what I've seen of Nier to want to give it a try. So if we think this is together, why are we saying it relates to pilgrims, though? When it only has this symbol in it, and there's been so many other words that have this symbol in it that to put pilgrims feels weird. So this is like invoking how do you even phrase that? A gathering? Invoking a gathering, we'll say. So then this is the action of gathering things. So I'm guessing joins. Related words just picks random words that have matching symbols? Maybe. But yeah, I feel like if we assume that that one means together, then this one would have to mean joins. Hey, Hoobles! Lurking while finishing up work. Have a good lurking work. I'm translating. We'll go with joins for now. My initial gut reaction was separates, but I feel like, especially in a place that is so dry, like we got the mudwork buildings, we know that water is going to be important here. So maybe it's just like saying that with the water between us, it's the reason that we come together, because even though it's splitting us apart, it's like an artery, you know? Aw, someone already has Hooples. That's sad. Hooples would be a great name. Though, Hoopless Rebel, also a great name. Water joins us. A shrine of some kind? Assuming it's not an outhouse. There was a tripod up on the roof. Empty now. It looks like it might have held something once. What kind of something? I would guess a telescope. Must have been some kind of outpost observatory. An interesting theory, mistress, but I cannot imagine what they wanted to observe. Is this channel natural? I don't think it is. Dug out. There must be a wellspring here. A feeble one. One that requires every drop to be used. There's another inscription. This one is a phrase run together. So we have forever. We have emperors, plural. Woo! We got forever. Now let's take a stab at that new word. Live, I think. Because again, it follows the same pattern. Oh no, wait, no, it's a verb. I guess live could still work. Because it's got the same thing on the end of it that water does, that fire does, that light does. So it's the verb of, and then what does that mean? An element? Emperors and forever, clearly. um, we know that these are kind of like pictograms. Like water has the squiggles. We saw fire, and all the suggested translations take the meaning in such different directions. Yeah, it's really interesting. And then we will eventually narrow it down as we find more words. So for example, these have question marks because we're not confident in our translation of these words yet. But we do know that this one means people. And now we know, because this means emperors, that this here, having the second symbol for like person, probably is what pluralizes it. So a single emperor would probably be just this symbol. But more than one emperor is probably this symbol. Or maybe it's the fact that it goes on the front that pluralizes it. I wish I could look at related words to emperors so I could show y'all an example. We've kind of established that this means it's a verb. We don't know that this is fear, but we can see that we've got like this same symbol here. And then I think that this colon means that it's a conjunction of this word and this word into like a compound word. Because we know this is a verb and then this is a verb. But what does this mean? And what does this mean? And then there's like a little X symbol, which makes me think not. So I'm going to go with live. Because if we look at fear, for example, I don't think it would make sense to have rule or sleep in there. And potentially. But if we're saying it's not and, then okay, we'll see you later, silent assassin. So I feel like not live plus something. Yeah. But then there's something here that's modifying that. This is like a thing. So the action of a thing killing plus a feeling, maybe? Maybe this means a feeling. Because we've kind of established that this means it's a thing. But then if that means a feeling, would this be a thing that feels? Does that make sense? We know that this symbol here, this one really tacked onto the end, probably means goddess or god, deity, something like that. We know that I think it's this symbol here means holy. Or there's something in here that means holy or is related to it. So I think somewhere in here we've got like, this means more than one person. It pluralizes it. This I think this means people who follow a goddess. That's kind of how we're putting that together. I want to help speculate, but I already know all the answers. Then you just have to watch, and I really appreciate you being quiet about it. I really, really do, because it's interesting to learn this. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go with live for now, and then we'll just continue on. Emperors live forever. Emperors here. What were emperors doing out here? Someone lived out here. They irrigated the land, prayed. Here, in the eye of the cyclones. Some kind of hermit? A stone pedestal. With someone in it! She seems familiar. It's the same one as the statue on Maersi. Indeed, mistress. Mistress, you can recognize her by her hat. The shrine is made of stone. But it's not the same stone as the moon itself. Is it as old as the building? The outer structure is, certainly, but the stone pillar, no. The buildings here are significantly older than the pillar. How old would you say the pillar was? Mid to late Empire, period, mistress. Moving it to this moon must have been difficult. An important ritual object. Evidently, it is significantly more valuable than the goddess we found within. Can you tell where it's from? Not immediately, mistress. Simply fashioned. Not a treasure. A functional item. What can you tell us, I wonder? It has been carved with small glyphs, mistress. They're impossibly small. Ooh, I'm learning new symbols. This one is several words. You have goddess, bless, us, probably. I can add my translation to goddess to my dictionary now. Another long one, but I'm sure it translates as bless. Woo! But this final word doesn't look like anything I've seen before. Probably you. Goddess bless you. Ah, this is so interesting. Translating things. Why is it fun? It's so fun. It's just, I think it's that satisfying rush you get from finding out you're right about something. I think that's what makes it fun. By all the moons and waters. Oh my goodness, that's quite a crash. It's a ship. I mean, it was a ship. Blackened. Presumably the ship was still burning as it fell. Can we be sure this was Janiki's ship? No, mistress. But the circumstantial evidence is very strong. Did someone blast it from the sky? Really, mistress, that seems speculative to say the least. What could do that? This was the hull. It must have been an explosion, mistress. Lightships don't usually explode. Janiki must have used an inadvisable propellant to travel. Renba didn't hop it down. He landed his boat. Tried to. Or else he wasn't able to return. I suspect Master Renba attempted to detonate himself off the surface of the moon. I wonder why Renba didn't use a hopper to get down here. Landing his ship must have been almost impossible. Was he a devout believer in the Great Loop, perhaps? The Loopists believe that hoppering is like throwing oneself into a river. It is intended for the dead. It removes part of the soul. Renba lost more than part of his soul down here. Indeed, mistress. Maybe we shouldn't take wooden ships into space? I mean, we're doing okay. Just don't use inadvisable propellants. Is there a way down? There might be more clues down there. I do not believe it would be wise, mistress. Indeed, I believe it would be quite the opposite. So what do we do now? Return to Iox and inform Professor Mayari, mistress. I suppose. I always assumed we would find Renba. I assumed... I don't know. I already made it sound like he'd run away. Perhaps you can take the matter up with Renba in his next life, mistress. That's hardly helpful. Poor Mayari. I'm sure she was hoping we'd find him. There's something wedged under here. Seems to have survived the fire. Please, please, please don't be an arm. It's not an arm. A beautifully crafted copper telescope. I would guess it dates from the early Empire. This must have been aboard Janiki's ship and those finds. We have to go back to the telescope thing! Not encountered any of these words elsewhere. But I can still make some guesses. Action. Watch. This sequence is a bit like my word for value. Truth? I don't know. We'll go with that for now. Does I watch truth make sense? I should get Huang's opinion on that when we get back to the university. I think this comes from the same site as the page and the sextant that we found on the site of Renba's cache. It must have been common to move between the two locations. Must have burned for days. What do we tell Mayari? The truth, surely, mistress. Janiki must have been sailing when it fell. He cannot possibly have survived. The fire here must have burned up a lot of air. The remaining atmosphere is thin, mistress. Still, I believe the fire was extinguished before it consumed the whole ship. What I can't figure out is this. What was Renba doing finding ancient sites? He must have been following some kind of trail, mistress. How that trail began and where it was leading him. Most unclear. What were you hiding, Renba? A good question, mistress. But he cannot hear you. This channel comes up from the rock. The wellspring must be down there somewhere. The spring is dead now, mistress, and you are breathing the last air this moon has to offer. Janiki is not here, mistress, neither is anyone else. Are you ready to go now, mistress? Soon. Not yet. I've probably seen everything there is to look at, but I want to make sure we haven't missed anything. Oh, no, I want to put the telescope in the thing. Yeah, in the bracket. Wrong button. Get out. And now I can no longer remark. Evidently, the building is at least 700 years old. How do you work that out? I have been observing the rate of weathering on the stones, mistress, extrapolating this building is older than the founding of the Holy Empire on Iox. You know, Six, back on Iox, they say nothing is older than the Empire, that the Empire and the Fall are all that have ever been. If Iox does not believe in history, what is it they think you do? Good question. Iox believes in the loop. They believe what has happened will happen again. They think I'm out discovering the future. Six, what do you know about the Loop Temple? I know little of the Loop, mistress. The Loop priests claim that the life is a great cycle. They believe that all that happens has happened before. And will happen again. Indeed, mistress. Past is future, and future is past. Is it true? The probability of it is incalculable, mistress. There is no meaningful data. There's nothing we can do here, Six. Nothing at all. Oh, you not looked at that. Wooden beams. You know, I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier. But there can't have been many trees here to use, so the wood must have been brought in. Brought in from Meersi, maybe. That seems likely, mistress. Oh, there's something carved above the door. Nice! This is the end of a line of text. Oh, it's interesting. We can see here that's like broken off or something. So we've got all. Ooh, maybe we'll get to figure out what this squiggle means, and then that can help us translate something else. Live. I believe you are correct with live, mistress. Oh, wait. Wait. We don't get the squiggle? I'm upset. Let's see. So if this is all, and then we've got a circle, and then a dot. It's like all of the all, almost. It's like, or a loop of all, I guess. So Emperors Live Forever was accurate. It was. No, squiggles, I know! I want to know what the squiggle means. But maybe we're assuming that the translation is incomplete. Like we're missing half of the word. So it's been deemed irrelevant. I don't know. Again, maybe? So I think this might mean concepts. Like, these are physical things, but maybe these are intangibles. And then if this means forever, like all again and again and again, here doesn't make sense. Now doesn't. I feel like all live again, because this is like Also tying into the idea of the loop. I could still change my mind, but I'll live again. A loop believer carved that. They believe everything that dies returns to the rivers to be reborn. Interesting. Let's take another look inside. Anything hiding in the shadows? Certainly, there is. Okay. I will wait for you down here, mistress. I cannot climb stairs. Forever is like loop all, and again is like loop something. Yeah, it seems that way. 6 would not be happy with me for this. Material on this is totally wrong. Is it metal? Rubber? It looks like something Oroi might have built. Must remember to ask her about it. And there are scratches in the top here. Something fitted inside the frame and was removed by force. Did you take something, Janiki? If so, what was the stand meant to hold? Telescope! Can I not put the telescope in there? Looks like I can't right now. That's a bit disappointing. But at least it made us re-establish our conclusions. And the rocks fell there, so we can't check out what was back there. Yeah, didn't it seem like she was talking about how something fits in there, and then we find it, and maybe it's a telescope, it's pointed at a particular location, and then we get a telescope, we don't get to put it in. Disappointing. Final look out here, just making sure we haven't missed anything. Alright. You have collected a promising artifact here, and we discovered the existence of 2 new locations of interest. A moon in Ghostwake and an unknown. Are you ready to leave? Let's leave. Let's get out of here. Just stand by, mistress.
Darkness.
This is not the Nightingale. 6? I hate robots. I hate them. They always do this kind of thing. Right before they give you a speech about how it was for your own good. Mistress, you were about to step on a small ant. My ethical code required me to lock you inside this packing crate. It's cold in here. Alright, before we explore whatever's going on here, we are gonna take a break because we've been going for 3 hours, so it's break time. This is a good point to get up and stretch your legs. Go get a drink. Go get a snack. We're gonna roll a couple minutes of ads, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Hello, everyone. I hope you all had a nice break. Let's get back to translating stuff. I am really enjoying translating stuff, honestly. No, but I do hope you all had a nice break. I did a little walk around. I checked Discord and Twitter and my email and got water. And then I put Hades on my wish list because J-Rock tweeted that it was on sale, and I don't know if I want it or not. But everyone seems to love it so much that part of me is like, maybe I should just get it. But I don't know. I can't tell if it would be an Estani game or not. So I threw it up on my wish list, and I'm gonna give it a think. I wish I knew, like, what people compare the gameplay to, because I don't know. Watching it hasn't been super intriguing to me, but it might be fun to play. Hey, Platt! Welcome on in. We just got back from a break. How are you? I hope you're doing okay. There you are. I think the hopper misfired. This isn't the Nightingale. Mayari. 6, is everything alright? Did you know you've lost your head? You followed me, Lexi. As I thought you might. Because you knew. Because you've always known. Of course I came. You laid a trail for me, so here I am. Renba. You are quite alone, Mayari, and I have seen the truth of your lie. You are not what you claim. I know this, Mayari. You asked me to look, and I found so much. So, who am I? You are just what you appear to be. And nothing more. Renba, you're a robot. I'm sure someone would have told me that. There isn't time. I found something. Something that matters more than me. Lexi, there is a great darkness, an all-consuming, hungry darkness, and it is coming. Darkness. There is an ancient place, Mayari, an observatory. It is watching, and it holds the wires of our fate in its claws. An observatory. I will find it before the vault is lost. The robots know, but they don't remember. Someone long ago made certain they would not remember. Renba, how do I help you? You have my apologies, Mistress. I do not understand the question. 6. Yes, Mistress. I observe we are not back on the Nightingale. There must be something wrong with the hopper. I will look into it. This way, Mistress. You don't remember how we ended up in here? Hoppers can misfire due to imperfections, Mistress. The eye aboard your ship is quite old. And no one called you just now? Evidently not, Mistress. I was talking to Renba. Just now. Through you. Mistress, Master Renba is dead. And yet... I'm doing alright, Platt. I'm really enjoying this game. Although given hoppers require line of sight a hopper eye, I cannot see how we ended up in this spot. Some process of refraction, no doubt. There's light this way. I see where we are now. Oh! Although I still don't see how we got in there. 6. Do you know anything about an observatory? No, mistress. Nothing comes to mind. Why do you ask? You don't remember. Remember what, mistress? Oh, what was that? Do you think Janiki found the crown, 6? I do not think that coffer has been opened in at least 500 years, mistress. But he must have known it was here. Why else come? Perhaps Janiki took something else with him. If so, that other item is lost. Oh, we've seen enough of this moon. I can do that from here. We've seen enough of this moon. Time to leave. As you wish, mistress. Stand by, mistress. And so we left the surface of the Roman Hermitage moon near Merci, with rumors of 2 undiscovered sites. Cool. The translation mechanic in this game is really good if you haven't seen it yet, by the way, Platt. It's like figuring out a pictogram puzzle. We should stay at the Iox and tell Mayari what we've seen, and I'm sure she wants to see the crown. But just look at this thing. I heard that whisper while I was wearing it. Interesting. I believe the metal is a casement for a mechanism of some kind. Oh no, that's I believe the metal is a casement for a mechanism of some kind. Does it open? Not in any way I can see. But if it does contain a mechanism, I would expect a method by which it might be serviced. What kind of mechanism? What kind of mechanism? Without opening it up, I cannot tell. My friend Aroy on Elbereth might be able to help. She'd be able to open it up and take a look at it safely. The occupants of Elbereth are hardly trustworthy. I'm from Elbereth. I will bear that in mind. Rude! Let's take to the river. I will ready the ropes, mistress. The moon Ramba died on Hermitage, coffer, treasure, might be lost crown. I don't think there's more for us to find here. Alright, let's see. So we really only have 2 locations to go to, and we're gonna go to Elbereth. Hopefully the crown doesn't get stolen. Hopefully I did not make a mistake. Sailing to Elbereth in the wires. According to legend, the last emperor disappeared after Iox fell. He didn't die there with everyone else. Are you suggesting he went to the Hermitage Moon? Why not? It would explain a few things. Not least that crown. We're in a rapid. Let's hope that was the way we wanted to go. Either of the rivers lead to our destination, Mistress. Oh, I guess we're going this way. Look out there, Six. Evidently, it is indeed beautiful, Mistress.
They say on Elbereth, if you sail too far, you'll meet yourself coming back. But I've sailed plenty far, and I still don't know who I'm supposed to be.
You sound like you don't approve of the Protectorate. I am neither for nor against it in principle, Mistress. Although it does not appear to be sustainable. A leftover from the Empire. Indeed, Mistress. The Ioxian Guard is in increasingly minor force. Set us down, Six. I could show the crown to Roy. I'm pressing keys. Okay.
We landed in the dust, outside the great walls of Elbereth.
That's pretty.
No one looked up to watch us arrive. The people here only ever look down.
So, this is Elbereth. This was your home? I lived here for nearly 20 years. There are places in the Catkiss where I know every stone. I dream these alleyways. Good faith to you. Yes? How goes things? The goddess keeps us strong, thank you. Tread softly. Stone feet. The slums are below, named after these feet, the oldest things here. The original statue must have been huge. Four or 5 times bigger, mistress. It must be of a similar age, however. This way, 6. Apparently, we're going to the slums. I wasn't done looking.
The smell of the slums made me feel like a child again. It hadn't been a happy time. A simple one, at least.
I guess we're going to check out the slums first before we do anything else. Do not touch anything, mistress. These structures might topple at the slightest knock. Stop fretting. Wood isn't stone, but it's strong enough. After all, the nightingale's only made of wood.
The heart of the God's Feet slum was Timor's bar.
Why now? Aaliyah.
Timor had never
Aslar.
once set foot inside the upper citadel, or so he liked to claim.
By the turning of the waters, you're back.
They're all gonna be French. Except for her. Timor, you should call me Elle. We've known each other long enough.
But Aaliyah, that isn't your name. Aaliyah means exalted, high, great one. It's a good name.
Doesn't sound like me.
The orphan from the Albert gutter who moved to Eox. That is in exaltation, then I will need a priest to tell me what is. Now come over here
He was
and
the
have a
king
drink.
of the dung heap.
And are you well?
Well enough.
Now then, the rules are the rules. Your friend there stays outside.
I will wait as instructed, mistress. Sorry, bud.
He didn't argue that time.
It usually argues.
It's not the same robot as last time. You lost another one. They must adore you on Eox to keep giving you those things.
The robots are their eyes.
And you keep plucking them out. You'll always be a rat, won't you?
I heard something out there about a darkness. Something that would fall across the whole nebula.
Oh, yes? Did you hear that in the war rooms of Eox?
I heard it from a robot on a ruined moon.
Your life is so romantic, Aaliyah. Honestly, I would believe you more if you said you'd seen it written in the waters.
Do you know where I can find a Roy?
Up in the Kirkis? She moved up in the world.
She must be doing well for herself.
Both of you are. It's a miracle to behold.
Do you ever see her?
Oh, she never comes down here anymore. You two were inseparable once. I caught you stealing my rocky cask when you were too small to carry it, let alone drink any.
I picked the lock with the hairpin.
The things that girl could do, she put her mind to it. Your friend by the door there should be afraid of her.
Your very good health. I'm not drinking today. As you wish. I feel like I don't have anything else to say to him. See you around, Timur. Don't be a stranger. Come on, 6. Perhaps we should return to the ship now, mistress. I want to see Aroy before I leave. As you wish, mistress. Why do people live like this, on top of each other? Because they have to. Why do you think? They're squashed in. To get as much juice out of them as possible. The harvest, such as it is. Fried grass, waiting to be taken inside. What is it for? I assume people do not eat it. Animals do. But not people. No. This way. This is the gate to the upper citadel. Mistress, there is only solid rock behind this door. Ah, I comprehend. It is a hopper. It's one of the oldest things on Elbereth. Still works, amazingly. I cannot see the eye, mistress. Without line of sight to the eye, I cannot take us inside. We Elberethians know how to use it. You just say the word. What is the word, mistress? Cat kiss. Remenya. Oh, I didn't get that one. Nothing's happening. Most impressive, mistress. Set Boyauki Rafa. I said cat kiss. You stupid contraption. Remenia mi yeni hua. It isn't working. I don't understand it. There are ancient symbols here. I used to trace them out when I was a girl. Let me think. So something to do with people and one's self. Maybe inside or within? Pilgrims welcome inside? Love the voices. I'm glad you're enjoying them. So this is the translation mechanic plat, and basically what it does is it shows you words that you've already translated. If it has a question mark, it means you're not certain of the translation. Though I'm, at least of this one, I'm fairly certain. This one we've confirmed. So we know that this has we in it. The word we, and then we also know that this one has something to do with joining together. I don't know what this symbol yet means, and I do believe this one's an action. So the action of people, of we, something coming together. Which is why I think it means welcome. For this one, we have this word, which means either banished or buried. I'm not sure which, but I feel like this means a structure. And then this means probably I or me or something like this. So this suggests, it might mean here actually. I'm gonna go with here instead. Pilgrims welcome here. That will do for now. It's like a puzzle game then. It is. It's inviting us in, 6. It's kind of an adventure game and an exploration game. We kind of go around places and we find inscriptions and then we try to translate the inscriptions. So if I might try, mistress, open. Yanni Huamicus. Oh. Open? Nothing. 6. Where did you go? Mistress. It would appear the gate is a hopper, mistress, and it is designed to allow robots to freely pass inside. Why would it do that? I have no idea, mistress. It is your moon. I've had robots before. It never opened for them. 6, take us through. Open. It would seem it still will not let you through. Set Boyauki Rifar. Cat kiss. Remenya ma anihua. It's failed again. Oh, no, I don't want to do that again. Open? Itifarbo miyameke. Doesn't seem to work for me. Set Boyauki Rafa. Elbereth. No? Set Boyauki Rafa. Merci. No response. Set Boyauki Rafa. I can't think of anything to try. It's no good. That's supposed to work. So what I was trying to say earlier is we've got transcriptions. So we can look at all of our transcriptions on here. They're on a timeline. And it shows like when we found them. So we know which ones we found together. And we can go back for the ones that we have yet to solve. There's a couple. And retranslate. So we know that this one's Holy Emperor. We know that that's correct. Because it's confirmed that already. So we know that this word means holy. And this word means emperor. And we can also see parts of holy within emperor. At least like they share this symbol here. And also this one, whatever this means. At first I was thinking that the whole thing was within emperor, but it's not. So does this symbol mean... This says emperor, but we've also translated this to be emperors. So maybe the plural and the singular is interchangeable in this language. So it's like we're learning a new language. So this here, this symbol is upside down Y with the curly top, basically means, like, it refers to people, it seems like things that you would use like a proper noun for. Anyway, see if we can unsolved inscriptions. Let's do unsolved inscriptions. So we translated this to Empress because it's basically the same as Emperor. And then we've got these words here. And I don't know what these symbols mean, but this refers to people. We have this one we've translated to goddess. This one I believe is I. And then this one, it's either banished or buried. But everything we have relating to it, we don't know if any of those are correct yet. But it's basically the process of looking for shared pictograms in this language. So for example, we have this here, and this here, and here, and also here. I can explain my logic for pilgrims though. So we know that this refers to people. I believe that we know that this refers to goddess. So what I'm thinking of is that this is saying a person or people who follow, so this probably means follow, a goddess or religion or deity or whatever. So that's why I'm putting pilgrims here. This one was more just contextual. We guessed that this one means treasures. But we can see it shares this symbol here with this symbol here. And then this X, I feel like, means to negate something that comes after it. So, yeah, it's a little complicated. Let's see if we can do something a bit simpler. So you've got holy light here, and then I don't know that we have a good thing here. So we've translated this to mean of. We know that this means it's like a verb. Because we also see it on bless, we've seen it on other verb forms as well. So the verb of something, something. This seems to indicate movement. Because if we're saying that this is like follow, then some part of this suggests movement. And if this was part of inside, interesting. You can also see, like, with bless and holy, they both share like the same ending here, which we've taken to mean goddess. And it was through bless that I got that this means like invoking, like to make or to do. So the action of making something holy or making something divine would be a blessing. So this is the action of making something move. So maybe this is follow. I feel like that's the only thing that makes sense here. We'll put follow there for now. I feel like this makes sense for pilgrims. Nothing else really tracks. Because we've got goddess at the end. We can see that there. This might mean here. We're not sure. What's the puzzle tonight? Hey, Vulpes, we're translating. The puzzle is figuring out what these pictograms mean. So follow, I don't think makes sense. I think we, just by process of elimination, we figured out that that's probably together. If we think that this means invoking or to make or to do or whatever, this is like to make something joined, I feel like. So yeah, that's kind of how the translation function works. And then as you find as you find more ancient words and translate them, you kind of narrow down what the possibilities are that it can be. So we have part of treasures in here. So I guess, and treasure's the only thing that makes sense there. So invoking something that's in treasures, value, whatever. And then whatever this means. Could be follow your light, but I don't think that makes sense, especially because it has symbols for light in it. I feel like it has to relate to stars. And then originally I was thinking something in here made this possessive, but we've seen this symbol in this, which means that it can't be making that possessive because this isn't a possessive form of treasures. And there was nothing that was an option here where it was possessive where it made sense. So follow your light is a possibility, but I don't think it makes sense. Follow star's light, I feel like maybe it'll be starlight. But star's light makes more sense. Follow than light or follow of light doesn't make sense. Stand of light doesn't make sense because if this is of or than, I feel like this would have to be a noun, and it's very obviously a verb. Would leave the start. No, I think follow makes sense there. This is either going to be stars or stars. I don't think we really, or starlight. Yeah, maybe. And this one, I'm assuming this is myself because this is I and this is we. Well, I think this is I and this is we. So this is the object of me, which makes me suggest that it refers to myself. And then this is the object of, or the of that makes the swirly do. And I don't know what makes sense here because it's part of bless and emperor and goddess, so it suggests it's a holy thing. But I don't think book makes sense here because this is an object that invokes whatever this is. So I really don't know what this word can be. I don't think we have enough information yet. Let's see, what were the other options here? Only. We know that this is we. We know, well, we don't know that this is one. We feel like this is one. Hold on, let's pull this up. All people as one. It was found on a dagger, right? We know that this is correct as. So, all something as something. If this isn't people, it could be temple, but that doesn't make sense. Place doesn't make sense. Rope makes the least amount of sense. If this is we and this is light, then this is the object of many individuals, suggests people. So if we go through here and look at our possible translations, I feel like the only thing that makes sense here is one. So I think we can be confident in that translation, even if it hasn't been confirmed yet. So then, if we know that this is a singular person, a person who is an individual, that suggests to me it's I. It's definitely not goddess. We've already translated goddess. And we also know that this is live. Yeah, I feel like that translation's probably correct. We found it scratched on a wall. The person was laying down. So it just kind of suggests they laid there until they died. I don't know. I don't think we have anything. Ooh. So the only one we're not convinced on is this. It could be harvest, but I don't think that makes sense. It's definitely not us. And it's not water because we already translated it. So that's probably fire. And this is where we found the crown. What's the difference between these two? Great and enormous. And then this one here, we've kind of identified this as meaning like concepts. Because anything that has, like if it were a cup, I feel like it would be this because this seems to represent things that are like physical objects in space. One is size and one can be other some type of value. I mean, great can refer to size or importance, but so can enormous. Like a tiny object can still have enormous value. Like I feel in this case, those feel like synonyms to me. Yeah, see, it says big, great, big. But enormous is just another way to say big. So I'm a little confused. It feels like a redundant translation. And obviously great can mean different things, but if we're translating it as big and then we also have enormous, why? And then this one I think is correct just because of what we know of the mythology of the game. The idea is that we all live in a great loop and that the past is the future and all people are reborn. And basically, the idea is when you die, you travel on this river of light and then you get reincarnated. Basically, you live again. So I feel like on Rivers of Light, we endure forever makes sense for this crown. Hey, Starfate, welcome on in. This is called Heaven's Vault, and it is a point and click puzzle game where we're learning the history of this place by puzzling out translations. And it's really cool. So right now I'm going through all of the inscriptions that I've found to see if I can make any further deductions about the transcriptions and the translations. And then we'll, yeah, I'm convinced that's correct. And we'll continue on. So I don't think separates makes sense here because we've put this also in together. And I feel like there wasn't a translation that made sense for separates. Starfate, thanks for following. Appreciate it. Sounds like some archaeology, lost civilization stuff. Yeah, that's very much the vibe. It's interesting because in the mythos of this game, they don't believe in the past the way that we do. They believe that what we're finding are fragments of the future, which is wild. But I feel like, especially the robots are able to like date stuff and say these are thousands of years old. It dates to this period. So it's kind of interesting how contradictory an age of something is to kind of our belief system in the game. But it's really interesting. So we found this on a rock next to a dry channel. It could possibly be heels, but I feel like until we know, like this seems to be a thing. This is a verb, and then it's whatever this is, which I think refers to togetherness. So I feel like water joins us, or is something that brings us together, makes sense. I feel like separates, presents, and heals just don't make sense in this context with what we know about these symbols. We translate this one, Emperors Live Forever. Got it. Beautiful. Continue. So that was on the figurines. Now we have the telescope. Let's poke at that real quick. Let's see. So we're guessing this is I. Because this seems to refer to a person. And this seems to refer to one. And we know that this is we. So I'm guessing this means a person with many ones in it, more than one. So that's why, and we've already translated this as I before in another context. So I feel like this is I. It's on a telescope, so I'm guessing this is watch. But also we've seen this in the context of like live. We've seen it also. What does this mean? I want to know. So it could be I am, but I don't think that makes sense here. I think we would need... Well, if this means welcome, though. So the action of we Watching together? Speaking together? Being together? Is that what welcome means? The action of us being together? Not really. And then this, I just took a complete guess. This seems to mean concepts. And then we've never seen this symbol before. So yeah, I don't know on that one yet, so I'll leave that alone. So we know this means forever. This means a concept, and then this squiggle, I don't know what it means. But if this symbol means all, and then we tack this on the front, it means forever. So if we tack this on the front of something, how does that modify it is what we need to think about. And it seems like, so I'm trying to figure out how I break apart forever to be all and then something. Like, it could mean all time. So maybe the circle within the circle refers to time. Or, And then also, I think a reason we went with again here is because of the loop theory that everyone is reborn after, like, when they die, their souls go on to the river, and then they are reborn again, and everything loops forever. So that's part of why I went with again, because the circle within the circle seems to suggest repetition, or rather an unceasingness, if that makes sense. So, like, you could say for all time, for forever, or you could also say all unceasing. So, I'm gonna stick with my translation there, but I haven't confirmed it yet. And then as far as this, I'm still thinking this is pilgrims. Because soldiers doesn't make sense. We've already got a we, and drinks doesn't make sense. We've already got a we. Okay, that's not what I meant. We've already got a translation for we. So, and this has goddess in it. So I feel like it's religious. It probably has to do with pilgrims. Welcome. I went with that because it had the thing that I translated as together. Whether or not that's correct, I'm not sure. But it also has we right here. So we know that this means we. So the action of we watching together doesn't really track. Drinks welcome here. I don't think this could be drinks, though. And then we know that this probably means I, or a singular person. So the concept of a person and then a place. I don't think it's a temple because there's nothing relating to goddess or holy sites or blessings anywhere in here. And it can't be waters because we know the translation for water already, and I would hope that the possessive form of that would at least have something in common with the existing form, with the non-possessive form. So I feel like it's either here or within, inside. It's one of the two. I don't think that drastically changes the translation. Like, these are very similar words. But anyway, that's how the translation mechanic works. So I think we might need to do more before we can go through that. Oops, wrong button. I just wanted to do a remark and now it's gone. This must have all been very fine once, but it seems to be decaying. Don't you think that's a bit dramatic? I do not know, mistress. All I know is what I see. I think we need to leave and go back to Iox. Let's head for the ship 6. Excellent, mistress. And so we left the surface of Elbereth, and I had to cough. There's a lot more reading in this game than I was expecting when I got it. We should sail to Eox and tell Mayari what we've seen, and I'm sure she wants to see the crown. Alright, I guess that's what we're gonna have to do. I was kind of hoping to get more information before returning, but I really should return this to Mercy. Well, I've grown rather attached to it. The robe Janiki hid. I wonder if we'll ever know what's so special about this robe. Look out there. It seems to go on forever. Mistress. What if the rivers aren't natural at all? What if they weren't created by storms or magnetic fields or anything like that? What else could they be? I don't know. Something whole. Something with a design. There are no designers. Imagine a ship dragging floes behind it the way a plow drags a furrow. A tapestry of cloud and smoke. The wellsprings drive the flows, mistress. Don't tell me you believe the wellsprings are natural. They exist in nature, mistress. I'm going to rest 6. Very good, mistress. I believe I can handle the ship. Back to Eox? Back to Eox. Yes, mistress. We should tell the professor what happened to Renba. I could have asked you a question, but I walked too far. There we go. Have you sailed before, 6? I don't know, mistress. When I connect to the winches aboard the ship, they do seem to fit. I wonder if I once enjoyed sailing. Aaliyah, you're back. But I don't know if I want to ask what you found. I'll tell you. if you're ready to hear it. He's dead, Professor. His ship blew up as he tried to leave an off-river moon.
Interesting. You're certain?
We are quite certain, Professor.
Did you go anywhere except Mercy, Aaliyah?
Renba went exploring off the rivers. He was using fuel to propel himself. That must be how he blew himself up. Renba appeared to be investigating an abandoned hermitage.
And you followed him. What did you find there?
Renba left us a message. Mistress.
Go on.
The hopper malfunctioned. And I spoke to Renba. I fear my mistress is now dissembling, Professor, though to what end I...
Slicet. I thought Renba was dead.
He spoke to me through a robot somehow.
And what did he have to say?
He told me to find an observatory. That was all.
I do not recall this. Interesting. If it was Renba's doing, of course. Perhaps he found a way to leave a message.
Someone had lived out there once. We found a ruined building. A hermit from Mercy, I think.
Nothing more?
There was the crown, of course.
A crown? Let me see it.
This is what we found on that moon.
Beautiful. Do you know what it is?
I'm not certain, but I think it's the crown of the last Emperor of Eox. He took it with him when he went into hiding when Eox fell.
Incredible.
It's only a crown.
This is indeed the crown of the Emperors of Eox, lost when Eox fell. I can imagine you lifting this from the ashes of the Emperor himself.
And yet Renba found him, roboticist. I wonder how he did it. So you're going to keep it?
It belongs on Eox, of course. Aaliyah, this is your moment. Off you go and enjoy it.
Aw, man. I wanted to open the crown, though. Now she's gonna just keep it? It's flying around.
I have no idea. Most likely, where else would he be? Please, Aaliyah. Leave me to think, my dear.
Fine.
One last thing, Aaliyah. Tell me honestly. How are you finding your new companion? Are you working well together?
I wouldn't say that. Six is petty, rule-bound, and a coward.
Which is exactly what you need. Robots are valuable things, Aaliyah. I want to know immediately if anything happens to this one. I hope that's clear.
I told you about the message Renba sent. I'm pretty sure it was Six he was speaking through.
I should think it was.
Time to depart, mistress? No. Soon, not yet. I want to find Huang. Presumably the small clay figurine was made on Maersi then. That seems plausible. Clay being a material derived from waterlogged mud. But if Remba found the body of the last emperor on that moon near Maersi, why was he hiding robes and sending Mayari brooches?
You will be aware that the loop requires that bodies are burned, mistress.
It is a practical requirement of the loop.
A soul cannot come again until it has left the original body. Olivia, tell me, are you still wasting your time on your curious notions of history?
What's so curious?
Well, now, your ideas are hardly wholesome, and all that death and decay. You should devote yourself to a real science. Metallics, maybe. Loop philosophy.
There's a 2,000-year-old statue on Maersi. Did you know that? You can see the chisel marks from where it was carved.
What a strange thing to say. Good faith to you, Aaliyah. May the waters light your way.
The Emperor's body was an important find for Renba to make. Maybe even serious to someone. Imagine if someone was claiming to be the Emperor's loop. So Remba left a trail for Mayari to follow, starting with that brooch.
And then he continued on his journey.
So Remba found something else on that moon. The device missing from the roof, perhaps. Is that what he wanted? But why? Alright, we found a new inscription. Okay. This one is a broken piece from a longer inscription. So we've got one. We've potentially got together. I'm sure my translation for one is correct now. I'm also convinced of together. Nice. Two confirmations. One, something together. So we know that this means lots of numbers. This refers to light or treasures. Assuming that treasures is correct. So what could you break treasures into? What could this root word be? Because none of this really feels fitting. I mean, I guess it's possible this is not treasures then. Winds does not make sense. Forms does not make sense. Strong does not make sense. I feel like it could be form or shape of great value or enormous value or whatever. Winds, I feel like doesn't make sense here. So what is a treasure? A treasure generally is already something that we consider valuable in some way or another. Something that is important to someone else. So this refers to like a thing or an object. This refers to many. Maybe it's nebula? I don't know. I don't think that makes sense, but I'm gonna go with it for now. On nebula together. I think that's right. I wonder if anyone knew that was there. Was the sundial made here? Of course, mistress. Curiously enough, if it's a sundial, maybe it's a day? Why is that curious? It seems to me this sundial could have never worked, mistress. At least not in this location. Look at this thing, Six. What even is it? Evidently, it is said to be a sundial, mistress. It's ancient. Older than all the buildings here. Maybe the sundial isn't a timepiece at all. It could be a tombstone. Maybe there's an ancient king underneath it. I have not detected anything. I know, Six. People have already looked. Interesting. Okay, hold up. So if it's a sundial, I'm going to retranslate this today, I guess? Just for now. Because if it's found on a sundial, we'll go with that for now. It's either day or nebula. The other ones don't make sense. Why would someone wish to conceal that the last emperor had not been returned to the rivers? Perhaps because someone claims to be the emperor returned. Does anyone claim to be the emperor reborn? Not publicly. But the university, as you know, has its priesthood. They allocate power as they see fit. Renbo was a dedicated member, as is Professor Mayari. Are you saying Mayari claims to be an actual emperor? I do not know her. But if she did, what would such a discovery as Renba's mean for her? Are we gonna get murdered? I'm worried we're gonna get murdered. Also, what's his face isn't around to help us with translations. I guess we're leaving. Let's get off this rock. This way, mistress. And so we left the university. I'm worried. And I'm really frustrated that we gave her the crown without unlocking its secret. But I kind of assumed that Six would have betrayed us if we hadn't, given her the crown. Let's start sailing. I will prepare the braces, mistress. Hermitage. If the coffer found is real, the lost crown of Eox. I don't think there's more for us to find there. Yeah, we're gonna return the figurine. And now there's no really any reason to go to Elbereth anymore. The whole reason we wanted to go there was to have our friend open up the crown, but we weren't able to go upstairs.
We set course once more for Mayerzi. I found myself looking forward to it. It was a good place, despite the people. It was everything Elbereth could have been.
I guess I kind of assumed that we needed more information. I could sail forever. Interesting, mistress. Would you sail forever, or would you run out of sky? I keep trying to pass control to 6 and it doesn't seem to actually work. Hold on, am I pressing the right button? G. You can sail for a while, 6. Thank you, mistress. I think I was hitting the wrong button. I guess that's a way to skip ahead. But yeah, anyway, it suggested to me that we needed
soft,
to...
wet wind of Maerzi hadn't seemed gentle before. I could see it now. Maybe Remba really had liked this place.
Okay, as I was saying, I don't want to get interrupted again. We were trying to solve something on Elbereth, and we had run out of ideas for things to try to get this gate to work so we could go up into the mountains, I guess, to find our friend. And the whole reason we were going there is to have our friend like crack open the crown because there was like a mechanism in it. But then we handed it over to Maerzi, and now it's like, now we'll never know what was in it. It bothers me.
I had the play figurine with me, in my bag, wrapped up safely in a cloth.
I wonder if they can tell me what it was doing out there. Did Renba take it from here? Or someone else?
Everything on Maerzi was as we'd left it. The flowers still bloomed. The water still bubbled.
Greetings once more, stranger. Tell us quickly, did you find your man?
I'm here about something else. I brought you something.
Kibenya, where did you find this?
You wouldn't believe me, I think.
And you are returning it to us.
It's yours, isn't it?
It is very old. This is a hermit's effigy, given to a hermit when they go out alone to remind them of the place that gave them birth. See, here? She opens. Do you see inside?
Oh, there's an inscription! There's a few words in this one. So we've got waters. We've got... No pilgrim. We've got us. And then us again. No good. There's not enough here for me to guess the rest. I'll have to hope I'll see the sequences again. So what does us make sense?
Nonsense.
Can you read it?
A child could. This word, to separate.
Ooh.
And this, to connect.
Oh, so we were right about that being about joining. Okay, cool. How do you know?
Not all that is lost is all lost. We remember pieces. We'll put Kibenya back in the well shrine. She prefers the damp. She's been on a long journey, I think.
Wait. Something fell out. It's here in the grass. Hey, Mundaruckus. It's not part of the figurine.
No.
Quite evident, mistress. That is a Rebesca foil. Someone hid it inside the figurine.
Perhaps it is of little interest to me. The foil is yours if you want it, Ioxian. I hope you find it of value. Good faith to you, good lady.
I'm doing alright. How are you, Mundaruckus? So, did Renba hide the Rebesque foil inside the statue? Left it on that rocky moon to be found. And sent the brooch to Mayari to lead her on a trail to find it. Maybe it's connected to the last Emperor's body. But maybe it isn't. But if that was Renba's plan, mistress, why not simply send the foil? Why indeed? We need to find out what's on this foil. Elbereth, then. Oh, so grumpy. Is that an inscription? It has been mostly scratched away. Getting better slowly. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I've got some of these words in my notebook, but I can take a chance on what's left. Earth, maybe? Again, if we're assuming these are like pictograms, that could be like a mountain, so it could be earth or rock. Either trickle or maybe that's from? So we have something similar to this. Like this could mean like two or something. Loving the voice acting? Cool. Yeah, I feel like this has to be below. Which means that that makes sense to be on. Okay. And then this would be beneath on. Or the inverse of on. The robot's good? Thank you. So, does from make sense? It's like the opposite of following. So, maybe thinking about the origin. Yeah, let's go holy water from below the earth. Let's go with that. Holy water from below earth. A touching scene, mistress. Should we leave now, mistress? Let's do it. This way, mistress. And so we left the surface of Maersu, the farming moon. No reason to be sorry. I'm glad that you're enjoying the voice acting. It's why I do it, so people can enjoy it. I think it helps like make this story more interesting to listen to. The foil, mistress. I do not immediately recognize where it was produced. Can you track it down? I will triangulate the origin of the foil as best as I can, mistress. Alright then. I'm going to rest 6. Very good, mistress. Where shall I take her? To Elbereth, perhaps. Back to Elbereth. Yes, mistress. mean, I can't seem to get the gate open for me. I was about to say, I could show the square of foil to Oroi, but I can't seem to get the gate to work. So how am I going to do that? That's the thing I have to figure out. Oops, wrong buttons. So Frenba found the last emperor unreborn, but my eye believes she is the last emperor. Does that give her reason enough to want to keep Renba silent? To somehow make him and his ship and his findings just disappear? That is pure speculation, mistress. Speculation, but not wrong, then. Indeed. Set Boyauki Rafa. Cat kiss. Umenya Miiani Hua. What is the problem now? The word for the gate didn't work. The gate has simply rejected you. Why? What did I do? I have no idea, mistress. Maybe the gate didn't like something I've got with me? I've got this dagger. Maybe the gate doesn't like weapons. Do you want this? And the dagger's gone. Is that good? Do you think I'm going to get it back? Set Boyauki Rafa. Cat kiss. Anihua K. It's working again. All I had to do was get rid of the dagger. Oh no. I'm so upset. We could have brought the crown up here. Oh, I'm so sad we didn't get to open the crown up here. We are now somewhat higher up than we were, mistress. Of course we are. We're inside the citadel. I keep hitting the wrong button. What was the city built to be? No one knows. Not a lot of people think about the past. The gate's been locked as long as I can remember. I think the key must have been lost somewhere. Roy and I used to climb over it. This is the main courtyard. There are alleys leading off in all directions. It's easy to get lost up here. Have you lost robots up here before, mistress? I lost 3 up here as it happens. But 3 had lost itself long before that. That's the thing no one tells you about robots. They don't work properly. Fragile. I am not fragile, mistress. I require nothing. You say so. Roy's yard is this way.
On Elbereth, you could buy anything for any purpose.
Strong as oxen. Oh, that's a lady, sorry. Dependable. Cheap. Mistress? What is this lady selling? Oh no! It's a work market. Workers? Are you surprised? This is Elbereth. It's about as far as Eox as you can go. I cannot be here, mistress. What's the problem? My ethical core is programmed against suffering. It does not differentiate by economic status. Mine is just the same, Six. But there's nothing we can do. I am compelled to expend a considerable number of cycles verifying that before I can simply accept it, mistress. I'm sorry, Six. I wish I could fix it for you, I really do. What is your ethical core anyway? What good is it? Evidently, it is what stops me from pushing humans off of cliffs, mistress. Is that something you want to do? It was simply an example, mistress. Were it to be convenient for me to do so, my core would prevent me. This place turns my stomach too. Might have ended up like this if it hadn't been for my Ari. I've never understood Professor Mayari. You know, she brought me to Eox from here. I was in an orphanage. And now she keeps giving me robots when I keep losing them. I really don't know what she gets out of it. Perhaps she likes to be kind, mistress. You lost, Farwet? Not lost. You look lost. You look longing. And you brought a Miyameke with you? A robot here? You've got keen eyes, trader. Ha! The soapstone still has a spark. Tell me, soapstone, who are you to bring a Miyameke down here? What good are the metal things to anyone? Perhaps you're hoping to start a riot? I don't want an argument with you. Then get off my moon and take that thing with you. Peace, trader. We'll be gone soon enough. Be sure that you are. Your kind won't be happy until only the Miyameke can eat. Go in peace. And leave me alone. Farwet Selehua, or however you pronounce that. Oof. I did not want to start a fight. Oroy's yard's this way. I will follow, mistress.
Oroy was my oldest friend. We'd grown up in the orphanage together. But I had left Elbereth and she had stayed.
Ooh, we're gonna look at everything. I have no idea what these things do. Roy's always playing around with magnets and wires and things. Wrong button. And the remark is gone. What does the owner of this establishment do? Establishment. 6. No one says establishment. If you mean shop, say shop. We didn't answer the question. I wonder how business is going. The alms tray looks pretty empty. This whole area is Aurore's, I think. She's useful, and people like to give her space. There was an answering clatter from behind the door. What do we do now? Now we wait for Aurore to finish whatever she's doing in there. And come and see who we are. Alright! What do you want? Oh, she cute. Oh, it's you. It's good to see you. It is, isn't it? You're here to dump another broken robot on me? I don't remember it like that. Oh, don't you? Ripping people off just doesn't stick? What do you want, Aaliyah? I was
We've
having
been
a good
friends.
day.
Once.
I found a arabesque foil hidden in a statuette, an old one. Hidden there by someone. You can't get much from a foil on its own. They all work in different ways depending on where and how they were made. Can you tell where this one was made? I doubt it. You're the archaeologist. It's quite something. Too delicate for Empire work. This is either ancient or was made an ancient way. In the Empire, they carved these things by hand. They were useless. The ancients were better at making foils. Better than the Empire. Of course. How do you think they made so many robots? Empire foils can barely store a picture. Have you heard any rumors about unknown sites? I'm an engineer, not whatever it is you are. I found this strange telescope stand in the cyclones. Wait. You sailed into the cyclones? Aaliyah. Are you mad? Do you want to hear about this telescope stand or not? It was your sort of thing. Don't use me to justify your risks. That's not the point. Then it should be the point. I've lost you once to Iox. I don't want to lose you again. Catkiss Gate. How do you get all your tools and things through it? I had to give up my weapons. Yes, it does that. The best way for you to get round it? No idea. I have a foil in my arm so it doesn't bother me. I've heard of those. Good for you. Don't trouble your pretty head about it. So you have a foil in your arm. It's not deep, and it's only a small one. Nothing much, just enough for the gate to recognize you. How's your family? My son is fine. My daughter... That's another story. What's happened to your daughter? My daughter thinks she is in love. Is she? She's a child, Aaliyah. How old is she now? You know perfectly well how old she is. She is not old enough. Alright, well, I don't care about the robot, so we're gonna go. Bye. See you again, Roy. See you soon, Aaliyah. We have collected evidence of one new location, an early Empire period moon. Time to go, mistress? You know what? Yeah, I'm done here for now. I can always come back later. Be ready, mistress. And so we left the surface of Alberath. With new leads for a previously unknown site, the early Empire period moon. I'm still real disappointed we didn't get to open that crown. Mistress, we are receiving a message. It is from Professor Mayari. Put her through. I was not awaiting permission, mistress. Aaliyah, where are you? Professor, what can we do for you? This isn't a social call. I wanted to let you know we're having a celebration for Renba here at the university. You don't have to attend, but I thought I'd let you know. A celebration? He's dead. Yes, I know he's dead. What kind of celebration did you think we were having exactly? Now, are you coming? Come home, Aaliyah, right away. That is all she sent, mistress. Alright then. Your robo voice reminds me of GLaDOS, which I love. Nice! Love me some GLaDOS. I'm going to rest 6. Very good, mistress. What is our heading? Back to Eox? I guess we'll go back to Eox. Yes, mistress. It's weird to think of funerals as celebrations, but I guess with the whole loop mythos and reincarnation, like, but we don't even know if his body's been burnt. And if his body's been burnt, then he can't return to the loop and be reincarnated. Because we definitely did not find a body. But maybe he burnt up. What do you think, Six? I believe they are just beginning, mistress. Well, not too late then. I believe our timing to be perfect, mistress.
Aaliyah, quickly! Yari was waiting for you to arrive. We weren't sure you really were coming.
Why is she waiting for me?
Honestly, she worries about your soul, Aaliyah.
There's nothing wrong with my soul. I've got it safe in a box somewhere.
Shall we go down?
Lead the way, Hwang.
I will...
Oh, I will wait here, mistress.
This way, Aaliyah. Janiki was a great believer in the Great Loop.
Everyone here believes in the loop. It's understandable. No one wants to just die.
Don't you have faith in anything?
I dig ancient houses out of the dustwang. A lot of people have lived and died. The loop didn't save them, and it won't save you.
Quiet now. Try to keep your head bowed. Here she comes.
Friends, colleagues, brothers and sisters, thank you for coming.
At least she's not wearing the crown.
Today we gather to recommend our brother, Janiki Renba, to the waters. Who's the lady? I don't recognize her.
I think that's Renba's mother. I wondered if you knew her. She's from Elbereth.
There's a lot of people in Elbereth Wang.
Of course. Sorry.
Janika Renba was our friend, our brother, our teacher, for some a confidant, for others an inspiration. He has left us too soon, but we trust he will be returned.
Renba often traveled to Elbereth to see his family. He was like you in that way.
I don't have any family. I never even knew my mother.
Never?
There are a lot of orphans on Elbereth. Perhaps when I grow up I'll understand why.
My mother was a carpenter. She made a lot of the chairs in this place. She's pretty proud of me.
Why are we talking about this? Janiki's departure is a deep loss to the university. Its work here has changed our little community more than most of you may know. But it is his absence, however brief, that will be truly felt. She really believes this.
Of course. What do you believe?
My Ari paused a moment and then emptied something out of the hourglass.
So Renba begins another journey around the loop. As we remember him, so he sails the rivers above. What did Mayari pour into the river?
Renba's ashes.
That's not possible. They don't have his body.
What? Why would you say that? That's a disgusting thing to say. He can hear us, you know.
The people began to sing. The words were weird and old. The
The
sound
loop
drifted
sustains
up and
us.
away into the nebula. Maybe Renba could hear us. Maybe not. Didn't matter. It was beautiful anyway.
Dude's mad. I was like, you know, he's not going to be reincarnated. That wasn't his body, you know. But it wasn't. Those that are gone will return. Those that return will depart.
The chanting died away. There were echoes. Then they were gone too.
Friends, thank you for coming. Janiki will be grateful for your support.
The people began to murmur, then to talk.
Does she even look sad to you?
No, but she's not one to show her emotion in public.
Good faith.
Good faith to you.
You're Janiki's mother.
They think he's coming back. I can't understand it.
They believe different things here on Eox. But I don't understand it either.
My son was one of them. In the end, he was happy here. Did you know my boy?
I didn't know him well.
And thank you for coming, but I can't believe he's gone. For his heart to stop so young. Aaliyah, I see you've met Annette. Mistress Elastro's here, gifted thinkers. I'd like to just spend some time with my boy. I barely saw him when he was alive.
He didn't visit Elbereth?
Not for years. His work was so important to him. Please.
Who is this again? Oh, you. Very moving. Good faith to you. That was a lovely eulogy.
It was barely sufficient. But thank you. And thank you for coming. I know you are skeptical of the Great Loop.
What is the loop, really? I hear people talk about it, but I don't really understand.
It isn't a popular view on Elbereth, I know. People there don't want the future to replicate the past, but it does. Our world is full of cycles. The nebula itself is a cycle. Everything sustains everything in perfect harmony. The loop is why your job is so very interesting.
People, can you stop walking over the text? Past is important. The past defines us. The stories we tell about the past are what shape who we are.
You think you are studying the past, but you are doing much more than that. You're studying the future.
Whatever.
Aaliyah. My dear, come see me in my office if you want to.
Well, I guess we're going to your office. And how reliable is your core?
Oh, you're back. Evidently, it is the core of my being, mistress. If it goes, I go.
That came out of nowhere. I didn't realize that we were done with Huang. I wanted to talk to him about some of my inscriptions. Look at this place, 6. It looks modern, but it's ancient. Here and there, bits of architecture go back thousands of years. Good faith to you. Hangs out in one of the rooms. Oh, okay. What do robots know, 6? When they're activated, I mean. Most things, mistress. They are unlike human children. They talk and move fluidly. I was looking for him the last time I was here, but I couldn't seem to find him. I ended up doing a wander all around. Maybe he's this way, up near the office. But they don't know history. They don't know who built them? No, mistress. At least I don't. Maybe it's in the library.
The library is a quiet spot to think, except when Huang's in there, which of course he always is.
Aaliyah! I was just... I don't know what to do with myself.
It's a shock for everyone.
It is. No one lives forever, of course. Professors have died before. What about you? What are you doing?
I had some artifacts to show you.
Oh, that sounds good. Have you found any artifacts you want me to look at?
Quite a few. Have you ever seen anything like this crystal earring sliver?
Interesting. I've seen something a bit like this, I think, only this one was inscribed. Now, where is it? I've really got to tidy up sometime. This was written on a fractured crystal nose stud. It was found drifting in Sculptor's Canyon back in Miari's supervisor time, and has words on it.
This one's a phrase run together. Oh, we've changed this to jewel instead of treasure. Okay, so we got light. We got jewel. We got of. And we've got whatever that is. I can add my translation for jewel to my dictionary now. Let's see. So, this and this are the... So, we think that this symbol means on. A thing that's on whatever this is. Something to do with the opposite of light? Darkness? Evening? Jewel of evening light. Do you have any more like that?
Let me see. No, nothing comes to mind. Do you want me to archive the crystal earring sliver?
Take it, I guess? Take it.
Good faith to you. I'll be back shortly.
I'd hurt Huang's feelings if I said so. These books are all recent. Most from the last 50 years or so. Maybe I should have kept it so I could have asked him about the other thing. Part of me feels like I should be hoarding all these artifacts. Oh well. Wrong button yet again. The robots know. Mistress. What do all robots know? Perhaps you are thinking of the ethical core. Aaliyah, I wanted to thank you for coming to the service. His mother appreciated having another Elberethian there. Professor, why was Renba exploring the nebula? He must have known why he left Iox. I did know, at first anyway. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Aaliyah, but... Yes.
You're not the easiest person to talk to about my beliefs. And they were Renba's beliefs too, you know.
I accept your beliefs. I may not agree, but I accept that you believe them.
You understand the loop, Aaliyah, even if you deny it. You understand that everything which happens will happen again, and everything which happens has happened before.
What does that have to do with Renba?
The fall, Aaliyah. Iox fell, Aaliyah. The empire collapsed. Our protectorate is the empire of old, and the fall will come again, and if we are not ready for it, we will not survive it.
And Renba was investigating the fall.
That's correct. That is what Renba was doing for me out there. Trying to learn how the fall will occur. And Renba found something inside one of his robots.
He found the cause of the fall.
I don't know. The robot told him something. Set him to digging up something on a moon near Elbereth. He hired laborers from Elbereth markets to do the work, and then I heard nothing until he sent me that brooch. But the robot knew about the fall, Aaliyah. The robots know everything.
The robots might know, but they can't remember. Six barely remembers being woken.
Rewoken. The robots have no memory of what came before they were buried here and were wiped clean. But I don't think a robot can truly forget. No more than a soul in the loop can be lost. The loop sustains us all, Aaliyah. All.
What do you want me to do?
The fall is coming, Aaliyah, faster than we think. Find the observatory, whatever it is. Find out and then come and tell me.
Then give me the crown back.
Be seeing you, Aaliyah.
Do you believe her, mistress? Do you believe in the loop? Of course not. It's wishful thinking or fear. Still, Renba found something. Wrong button. Yet again. Robots know ethics, speech, but nothing that only they know. Perhaps robots once knew more than they know now. Are you ready to go yet, mistress? Nope, not yet. I want to see if Huang is back in the library. Do you like other robots, Six? I have not yet spent much time with them. That's avoiding the question. I suppose it is, mistress. I cannot think of how to answer the question truthfully. I've made a few finds recently. Have a good lurk, Platt. Take a look at the square foil.
Interesting. I'm not sure we have anything quite like that one. I'll take the square foil to the archives then.
No, I'm not yet finished with it.
Oh. Well, of course.
Alright. I found this devotional icon.
Let me see that.
There's an inscription. I read it as "Follow Holy Light."
Yes, I think you're correct about follow.
Yay! Thanks, Huang.
Now, I've seen something else like that, if I remember right, and it also had script. Let me see now. Here. It's a picture of a brass figurine. It was found in a Renaki market.
Let's translate. This one is several words. Okay. I can see us there. I see goddess. Something's gone wrong. I must have used the wrong words. Oh, it's not us? What? Oh, it's welcomes. Oh, I see. It's a lot of glyphs, but I'm confident it says welcomes. Yay, we got that one right too. I think this has got to be death.
Do you see the two-legged glyph with a head? Might be a symbol representing a person or maybe a robot. But that doesn't belong in death.
Death goddess welcomes you? You? Death goddess welcomes you. Do you have any more like that?
Let me see. How about this? It was a copper effigy. It was found buried here on Eox months ago.
This one is at the end of a fragment of a text. We've got us. We've got death. Every or all. Okay. I'm certain my translation for death is correct now. I'm thinking it's either weaker or stronger. This means of, and then relating to whatever this is. This kind of meant on. So what does this mean? I'm gonna go with stronger. Does every death make us stronger work? Do you have any more like that?
Let me see. No, nothing comes to mind. The curators will be most interested in the devotional icon, I'm sure.
Not yet. I have more to ask you.
Oh. Well, of course. Lee, I can't help but notice. You seem to keep back a lot of things. Things that belong here in the university. Where they will be safe.
They're important for my research. They aren't artifacts, they're objects. They have purposes, places, histories. I need them to understand the nebula.
Right. Of course. Sorry to... you know. I had best get on with some work myself now.
I discovered something you might enjoy.
Let's see now.
There's an inscription. I read it as Pilgrims Follow Myself.
You know, I'm sure you're right on pilgrims.
Hooray! We got one at least. Do you know anything about an ancient observatory?
Mayari told me you're looking for something like that. Let me tell you something I heard about Renaki.
You've mentioned it before.
I have? Well, alright then. I was on Bernaki recently. I know, me on a boat. You should have seen me. I turned green.
What did you do that for?
I've got my secrets, Aaliyah. The curators let me take a few things and trade. Anyway, on the boat there was a trader called Amadou. He was talking pretty expansively, if you understand me, about something he'd found. He called it, well... You asked me about an observatory? That's what Amadou said he found.
I'm looking for a particular observatory. Not just any observatory.
Oh, well. This one sounded like it was old. I thought of you.
How old are these books of yours?
Some are really old. But not, you know, not ancient. They date back to the first Empress or so.
But why aren't there any older books?
I don't know. There just aren't. I know you've found older.
Have you ever heard the word slisset before?
Slisset?
What happened to Robot?
No, I don't think so. But, Aaliyah, what's wrong with your robot?
I broke him! 6?
It must be getting old.
Mistress. My head. Wonder what happened to him. I'll see you soon, Huang.
See you soon.
Are you ready to go now, mistress? Do it. This way, mistress. He looks so distressed. I'm worried about him. And so we left the university. Okay. Let's start sailing. I will ready the sheets, mistress. Okay. Dead moon. Oh, Renaki's all the way up there. That's quite a ways away. No reason to go to Elbreth. Anton, thanks so much for raiding. Hello and welcome, raiders. How was your stream? What were you streaming? Oh, you're doing a music stream. That sounds cool. So yeah, I think the only place we can go that makes sense is Renaki. Anton! Thank you so much for the 8 months!
Yeah.
It's just by myself. Either way, I hope you had a good music stream. That's a long way to go. Something I use to stay on focus. That's fair enough. I hope you had a good stream. I'm going to rest. I'm gonna skip this. I don't feel like sailing. We have reached uncharted waters, mistress. Oh, wait,
They
what?
say on Iox that the rivers flow with the souls of the dead.
This is not where I want to be.
Anything to scare you to the ground.
Wait, did we ask him a question? I don't remember asking him a question. But I do not have friendships with other robots, if that's what you mean. Would you like some friends? We could set up a play date. I am quite content, mistress. I wonder what that is. Maybe I should have gone the wrong way. Can't get distracted by YouTube if I stream, even if maybe nobody's watching. That's totally fair. It's like the idea of having someone potentially watching means that you have to stay on task. I get you. Our route goes right up ahead, mistress. Robot playdate would be cute. It would be cute. We'll find you some robots on Eox. Ooh, let's go to the shipwreck. That sounds cool. Mistress, it is not like you to fraternize with other humans. We're very similar, perhaps. Mistress, I do not wish to discuss this further. As you like. I appreciate your understanding, mistress. Thank you. A wreck. I would guess it dates from the earliest days of the nebula. Oh, mistress.
The robot hoppered away, and I was alone.
I will investigate, mistress.
Then it came back.
I recovered a dusty iron lantern. It must have come from somewhere nearby. The glass seems to be etched with glyphs. Yay! Translations. What's this game? The sounds are amazing. It is called Heaven's Vault. It is a translation puzzle game. Oh, well, these are like interesting. Okay. We gave the same word the same translation and it's not right. Yay! Okay, so we got I and you. But now that one we know is not right. That's cool. Hopefully I can make some better guesses for the rest of this. Something to do with follow. Maybe claim? declare. I declare this thing you? So this means an object which does an action on a person? And then we don't really know what this circle means. I think claim is the only thing that makes sense. It's definitely a verb, so it's either going to be claim or in. And if we, or give rather. So I give this thing you doesn't make sense. Unless we had something that was like to. I give this as if you doesn't make sense either. So I think we're just going to go with this for now. I claim this as if you. I'll look at it again later. A friend was hiring laborers from Elbereth. And the lady who runs the market there should remember him. Good thing we didn't antagonize her. Can't be many Ioxians hiring workers from her. I do not like that market, mistress. Bless the goddess. I think I saw something just then. But was not stopping for it now. Let's hop it down 6. Avoid some notice. Far beyond the reach of Eox. The market moon.
We came to Ranaka like thieves, hoppering ourselves into a narrow alley between high, blank walls.
Sounds busy out there. I would estimate the local population to be around 12,000. The odds of finding one man here are, therefore, pathetic. Let's hope he's important then. The more important he is, the less likely he is to be roaming the streets, mistress. This way. So, I think I'm going to end a little bit early today. I'm feeling really tired all of a sudden. And my voice is really tired. So I think I'm going to end here. It just feels like it's a good cutoff point. And I want to rest my voice. So yeah, we'll come back to this next week. But I'm enjoying this. I'm really enjoying the translation game part of it. I think it's really cool. Also, I'm looking at this word and trying to figure out, like, can I use our translation of Heaven's Vault, knowing that that's what that's saying, to try to figure out some of the words I've yet to translate. Thanks for hanging out, Saint Guard. Thanks for stream. Thanks for hanging out, Manixer. We will be back tomorrow. What they said. Thanks for hanging out, Enton, and thanks so much for raiding. we will be back tomorrow. We're gonna be playing some Dragon Age. Also, I did buy Mass Effect Legendary. I actually bought it while I was on stream. Did I buy it on the break? I bought it on the break. Yeah. The rate was just you. I don't care. Thank you so much for rating. Hope you enjoyed the game. I have been enjoying it, Upper Casserole. It's just a lot of reading, and I didn't expect that. But it's been a good time, and it's been really interesting. I've had a lot of fun trying to translate things. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with Dragon Age. When that's done, we'll be moving on to start Mass Effect, which I'm looking forward to. I am hoping that now that I'm a better gamer, I'm hoping that I will be better at the game. But I also will not hesitate to dial down the difficulty if I need to. I was really, what's the word? I was particular about it, I guess, when I was younger, in that I wanted to play games on at least normal difficulty, because I think there's just a lot of stigma around playing games on easy mode or with, I guess, assist mode things on, and I care a lot less about that in this day and age. So hopefully we'll be able to do some Mass Effect and romance some people. I don't know I don't know anything about the games. I've never played them before except for like maybe 15-20 minutes of the very first game, so I'm excited to check that out soon. We'll be off Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, but I will be back on Tuesday with more Control, which I'm really looking forward to playing more of that. I've actually been having a lot of fun with it, which surprised me. I wasn't sure, but it's super heckin' fun. We're gonna do more art on Wednesday, and then we'll probably play more Heaven's Vault on Thursday. So if you're just here for Heaven's Vault and translations, that'll be on Thursday. Let's roll credits. As always, thank you all so much for being here, for hanging out, for watching, for keeping me company while I play games. There aren't any moderators here right now, but Starrybot, you're my bot. Thanks for being a bot. Thank you so much to Starfate for following. I appreciate that. Also, RQ Staffen, thanks for following. And then thanks so much to Enton for that resubscription. Let's drop some links. And then we're probably gonna go raid Vanna, because Vanna is doing some RPG stuff on her channel. But we'll see who else is live, and there might be something that's a better fit. But I know Vanna's very hyped for her show, so we might go just show her some support. So, if you're new here, consider dropping me a follow. You can also join my Discord or follow me on Twitter for notifications when I go live for my streams. Discord's also a good place for stream news. If you like talking about TTRPGs, I talk about them on my Coffee. You can follow me on Coffee. I also have a Patreon and a store for my art, and I'm a Hubble partner, so if you're looking for another way to support the stream, use that affiliate link. There we go. Who's streaming? Let me refresh my page. I went through that very quickly. Let's see. I'm skimming through everything, and I think we are gonna raid Vanna. So Vanna is doing a show called Pull Up a Sheet, where she plays RPGs with new players, and it's real cool. So please show Vanna some love. Thank you all so much for hanging out and watching. Have a great night, and I'll see y'all again pretty soon.